Kan man virkelig gøre alle glade? Både sommerhusejerne og feriegæsterne? Ja, det kan man, og det gør vi hver eneste dag hos Esmark. Vi elsker at skabe de perfekte rammer for vores feriegæster på Vestkysten. Du lejer nemlig ikke kun et sommerhus hos Esmark. Du lejer en oplevelse for livet. Se, hvad vi kan gøre for dig og din ferie på esmark.dk. Esmark, professionel sommerhusudlejning uden bøvl.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back to Vilsane on the west coast of Denmark. This is part 2 of the technical race event on day 7 of EUROSUP 22. We had some big battles this morning in the men's and in the women's for a spot in this afternoon's finals. We are bringing to you this afternoon 3 hours of SUP racing with 6 races. So tell us what happened this morning.
Thank you, Mathieu. Yeah, this morning was action-packed. We saw the 4 semi-finals, and once again, Tito Ampullo and Duna Gordillo are the 2 names at the top. But we saw, I reckon, some of the athletes were pacing themselves. We saw Leo Nico there in 4th position. Keelan Lockhart also. Then we saw Esperanza Barreras. And let's not forget Amandie Chavot. She was pushing and pushing, but I think they were holding her back a little bit because let's not forget, now is the moment. Now is when you have to go all in. Those European titles are up for grabs, and we are going to see the finals coming at you very soon.
And welcome back indeed to Vilsane here on the west coast of Denmark. This is day 7 of the EUROSUP 22 competition, the official European Stand-Up Paddle Championships. And we are going to get into the second part of the day with 6 races, the B finals and the A finals of the technical race event. The third individual race event of the week, which followed the SUP Surf in the first section of the week. We had plenty of podiums already, but today we're going to have one last individual podium with 4 categories crowned in the technical racing: the junior girls, the junior boys, the open women, and the open men. And tomorrow will be a team race, since we're going to have the country relays as the final race, counting towards the final score for these 16 European nations battling it out here in Denmark for the European title.
And there we can see our ladies already starting to get ready, as we are going to be starting off with the B final. So we have Marie Buchanan from England, Tanya Ecker from Germany, Veronica Silva from Portugal, Laura Dal Pont from Italy, Alex Tyra from England, Paulina Herpel, Germany, Vera Lingmark from Sweden, and Aline Aulin from Sweden as well. That is the fleet getting ready. Look at those faces. They are ready to rumble, and we're off. Mathieu, what do you think? It looks like they are starting off with a lot of speed. There's a lot of power coming out on the water. And look at that beautiful drone shot.
Yes, indeed. And in this B final of the open women, we have Tanya Ecker in the lead right now on that 404 board. She comes from Germany with 5 titles. She was feeling unfortunate after the first semi-finals, and Laura Dal Pont on the starboard probably had the best start in the middle of your screen a little bit earlier. She was pushing hard, and she is indeed pushing hard, as she's got a 10-meter lead now as the drone shot shows us Laura Dal Ponte from Treviso, Italy. Now maybe 12-15 meters.
Throughout the beginning races that we had out there this morning, this is an endurance. It's over 5 kilometers long. Let's not forget, as Matthias said there before, a first little run around the yellow buoy, then it's time to fly back to the entrance to do that first run up a little sand dune that we have here, and it's 5 times around the course. And we have seen that sometimes people who start off with a little bit too much energy, a little bit too much power, halfway through start to die out. So early days, but Laura Dal Ponte definitely pushing very hard. We can also see Tanja Ecker there in amongst the mix. And now as we come through this first lap, we will start to see those positions defining and see who is going to get on that freight train. Because as we've seen this morning as well, they start to line up, get in, start doing a little bit of the drafting. And this is the area that we were thinking if it was going to be a little bit too shallow, you almost need 4x4 wheels to be able to do on that one. So here we have, so in second position, we have thank you, Veronica Silva from Portugal. Thank you, Mattia. Then we also have Tanja Ecker, 1, 2, 4. So there we are, our top 3 at the moment. You have Laura Dal Ponte, we have Veronica Silva from Portugal, and Tanja Ecker starting to fly around out here on the course. It looked like the wind was going to pick up, but there seems, Mattia, correct me if I'm wrong, it looks like there's a nice few little bumps out there.
Yes, indeed. Look at that. We've got more than bumps. Commanding lead over Tanja Ecker, who's taken the second spot right now in this B final here on day 7 of EUROSUP. Let's talk a little bit about what's coming up in terms of events actually in the coming days and weeks. We've got, well, first of all, this weekend in Surfing Federation, sanctioned by the ISA actually, the APP World Tour coming back to London between the 14th and the 18th of September, the London Sup Open. And we might have that battle between Europe and USA. I'm talking about Esperanza Barreras versus April Zilg. It might happen in London in about 3 weeks. And to unwind from all of this tension, why not go to Agios Nikolaos at the end of September for the Agios Nikolaos on SUP, Agios on SUP, a really well-run international event, which used to be part of the Euro Tour. Now it's run as an independent event, and Amandine Chazot will be there, the Bruno Studio will be there, Leonika will be there, and many more. And that's all coming. And of course, let's not forget the World Championship, the ISA Worlds in Puerto Rico, end of October, beginning of November, first week of November. And all these champions should be there representing their country. And I'm pretty sure Laura Dal Ponte wants to be there as well. Look at those small waves as the tide is coming in slowly. We will have a full tide by the time we reach the women's and men's final later on today. But before that, we will go through the junior finals for the girls and the boys. So plenty of action, more action coming on your screen this afternoon.
And Laura Dal Ponte, this is incredible. She has about a 1 minute lead on the rest of the fleet. Approximately 1 minute until the fleet re-entered the water. As we can see there, Tanja Ecker making her way in second position. And here we can see the Portuguese athlete, Veronica Silva, there on her NSP. So at the moment, 2 starboards and an NSP, your podium here for this final B. And then we'll be moving over to the final B of the men. Some big names coming out in that one. There were some very tough heats when we were here this morning. And now we are looking forward to seeing the best of the best battle it out and see who is going to take that European Championship. Laura Del Ponte doing pretty well this season so far. She's been doing a lot of races over in Italy, had a first position there in the Adriatic Paddle Games, and also had various podiums, both at the Transmerino and the Lake Garda Sub race. So obviously quite an experienced athlete and doing very well for herself, making her way onto the Italian team and living out of Portugal, as we mentioned before. And at the moment, a minute lead. That is a very big statement towards the rest of the athletes. It's a shame that she didn't make it through into that final A, but putting on a solid performance to end it off here. And then coming up next is going to be the Tech Rest final B of the men. And let's not forget, there are 5 laps to go all the way around. And then we will be down on the beach. Either me or Mathieu will be making and getting those interviews of the athletes to see how they feel, what they're thinking, what they're doing, and how they're pushing down there on the water. As you can also see, the locals even looking at them from the sea, all the seagulls just chilling, cheering them on every meter of the way. And there we can see, once again, Laura Del Ponte easing through this final B as she makes her way around another mark.
Yes, Laura Del Ponte, who's got a pretty good track record in 2022 with 6 or 7 races, a lot of podiums, and 2 first places at the Adriatic Paddle Games, a fairly important event in Italy. She won, and she was 3rd at the Garda Lake Sup race, another Italian event. And the Big Eye Sup race, Bari, was also a big competition. It was actually a Euro Tour event. I believe the very first Euro Tour event of the year. And this event in particular was a huge confrontation between the Italians and the Spanish, as lots of Spaniards made their way to Italy. There was hardly anybody from outside of these 2 countries, so it was a big Italian versus Spain match in Bari. I believe that's where Davide Alpino is from, another very strong Italian racer. And Laura Del Ponte was 7th in that in the long distance at that event. And Laura Del Ponte is only 19, I believe, and as Joe said, she lives in Portugal. Here on the starboard, I think that's a low volume board, and she handles that really, really well. No mistakes so far from Laura Del Ponte, very much in charge in this first final of the day, the B final. And Tanja Ecker, the 5-time German champion, is on the chase. She's going to try and do better than that 2nd place. She still has half of the race to do so. And in 3rd from Madeira. And please let me remind you that Madeira has got a great pot of young paddlers under the charge of Ricardo Rodriguez, aka Sapo. That's what his nickname is. I think it means frog in Portuguese. A very active figure of the SUP scene in Portugal. So Madeira, very active. They do organize every year the Madeira SUP Challenge in June, and it's a great international event which takes you to a very exotic place, and it's a great way to mix a holiday and some racing. So make your way to the Madeira SUP Challenge next year. with Ricardo Rodriguez and all the young paddlers of Madeira. And I believe Veronica studies in Porto, and she travels back and forth. And she was telling me earlier on that being a student, actually traveling between the island of Madeira, which is quite far, is actually quite affordable for students. I think it's only a €65 trip between her home island and the town of Porto, where she studies. On the chase, who have we got? Well, behind Laura, we've got Veronica Silva. Of course, we're talking about her, and Tanya Ecker in second. So Veronica in third, and Alex Tyrer is still there in the background.
Yeah, you can see all of the athletes starting to distance themselves now as we get to that middle section of the race. As we mentioned before, a lot of the athletes go out sprinting and then they kind of die off. You've got to make sure to hold some energy, as it is a very long technical race, more than 5 kilometers out there on the water. Approximately 30 to 35 minutes is the times to be beating. At the moment, Laura Del Pont powering through. We also saw a similar strategy there with Kalen Lockhart, who was hammering down at the water, getting second position, making his way through to the grand final. But at the moment, this young lady from Madeira putting on a masterclass out there, as she has about a minute and a bit advantage, and she really is doing an amazing job here in this B final. But being chased down here by the German athlete Tanya Ecker, but she is really going to have to put the old nitro on if she wants to catch up with the Portuguese athlete. Interesting to see how the rest of the fleet are doing there. You can just see both of them going by each other. A big difference in between the first and second. And there is that beautiful drone shot. And just on the left-hand corner going through your screen, that was Veronica Silva. So a big advantage here for your top number one, Laura Del Pont. And let's see if she can keep this up, because she really has started off hard. And all the rest of the fleet not being able to keep up with her power.
Let's see if the girls in the back will be able to catch up with those 3 women. I'm curious to find out what Alex Tyrer from England has got in her tank, as this is her last chance in an individual race to show how she can perform. She is pretty strong, although newcomer in the SUP racing scene. And she won the Battle of the Thames. It's one of the biggest races in the UK in 2022. She was also first at the paddle Skedidal. And here's Elina Olin, I think, yes, on the SIC board from Sweden. And the finish line is fast approaching, I think. And front side turning for Laura Del Pont. And look at those swells. This is going to be playing its part in the second part of the technical race day, because those swells are definitely much stronger than this morning. Wasn't super glassy this morning. It was a bit of a chop, but we didn't have those lines of those bumps basically coming from the west-southwest. And they are starting to make an appearance, and I'm sure the likes of Titouan Pouillot, Amandine Chazot, among others, will Christian Andersen will enjoy those bumps. Later on today, as we are going to progress through the afternoon, coming up, we've got the B final of the men's with actually starting with already a European champion, Noah Stender, the junior Dane, who won the subsurf on Monday. Look at Laura Dalpont going with that wave. She's being pushed to the right, and now trying to make a maneuver, stepping back on her board, as you can see, and approaching the arch. She's got a very, very comfortable distance behind her, so she knows.
Here we go. Give it up for Laura Dalpont from Italy.
She's got one more lap to go. And Laura, probably her last lap. Lycra number 111. She is the number one indeed in this B final. Laura Dalpont from Italy. And now hammering hard to dig a bigger hole behind her, and it's going to be tough. Oh, beautiful image there with one Italian paddler coming out and another German one coming in. Laura Dalpont on the starboard with now 150 meters of commanding lead over the second. Nicely positioning herself in surf stance right there at the back of her board. Those swells are not creating any difficulty for her there. She's got the balance, she's got the stroke, she's got the power, and she is going for a win in this B final. That's a last reward for Laura Dalpont today in this individual technical race event. Veronica Silva in third position right now on the NSP, and Laura Dalpont is aiming for that left buoy very close to the shore, in very shallow waters, about knee high. And I'm sure those paddlers could actually jump off their board and just run in those very shallow waters. But that's not what Laura Dalpont is choosing to do. Frontside turning, really well handled there, very close to the right buoy, a very narrow turn, and she's now, as you can see, pushing hard. And this is Mary Buchanan. I don't know her position right now. We're gonna need a wider image. And that's Tanya Ecker, easily recognizable with her pink hat, her 4-4 hat, and her 4-4 board, of course, and most likely a hippo stick. She's got the whole Daniching gear, basically. These are the two brands by the Californian champion, Outrigger Canoe, and SUP champion Daniching, who unfortunately doesn't come out much of California and out of the US to compete internationally, because I'm sure he would add a lot more titles to his achievements, to his current achievements. Daniching, very knowledgeable and experienced paddler, he also made an appearance on the ultra long distance racing scene. He won the Chattajak race, which is I believe 50k race, down in Tennessee. Please correct me if I'm making a mistake here, but the Chattajack is a fairly popular event down in the south of the US. And Danny Ching had a battle last year with two other competitors. One of them was French. His name was Olivier Dario-Merlot. And I think Larry Kane came third in that race. Hello, America. You're probably waking up right now and you're probably wondering what you're watching. Well, you are watching day 7 of the EUROSUP, the official European Stand-Up Paddle Championships under the European Surfing Federation, organized by the Danish Surfing Federation. So we are up there in the north in Scandinavia, and a great water sport festival called Waters is actually in charge of including this 8-day competition in the water sports program, water sport festival program. And Catherine Fransen is the woman in charge really over here, and her and a team of volunteers are doing an amazing job. And I'm glad EUROSUP came back on the front scene after 4 years of no action, due mainly to COVID. And Thiago, the technical director of the European Surfing Federation, was telling me earlier that this is definitely going to continue to be a yearly event, and already many federations are signaling themselves to the European Surfing Federation in order to host such an event. And I'm going to throw it now to Joe Ciastella, who's on the beach waiting for Laura Dal Ponte, who's going to cross the line. Over to you, Joe.
And here we can see Laura Del Ponte making her way in. What a commanding lead. I'm going to get in shot here. Laura, congratulations. Amazing work out there. You were almost a minute and a bit at that last lap in front, and it looks like you already have a commanding lead. What a way to end off the day.
Yeah, I'm really happy because this morning I didn't get to compete like I wanted. I did stupid mistakes, and so I'm very happy of being able to do it again and like I wanted. So thank you to the team for the support. Thank you my family at home who helped me a lot today, because I really was demoralized this morning. So thank you, I'm very happy.
Well, congratulations. An amazing race, and like you say, sometimes it doesn't go your way, and now it definitely did. In first position here at the B final of the technical race. Congratulations. Laura Del Ponte, everybody. Mattia, back to you.
Thank you, Joe. And yes, that victory in that B final is putting a smile back on this Italian woman's face. And we are going to take a quick commercial break before watching who's crossing the line. All right, so we saw Tanya Ecker crossing the line in second. And I believe this is Alex Tyra, unless it is Mary Buchanan. We're going to need confirmation of that. But Veronica Silva was indeed in third position. I'm just going to wait to be updated by the judges. And hopefully this will come soon. But congratulations to Laura Dal Ponte, who was indeed frustrated this morning for not making it through to the A final. That was definitely a big goal for her. And also for the Italian team. But this final and this very comfortable lead throughout this race, this B final race, put a big smile back on her face. Congratulations, Laura Dal Ponte. And here comes on the fanatic board number 1 to 6. That's Paulina Herpel, the German champion, who is moving actually Denmark, to the west coast of Denmark, with her entire family, just because some of those German, what a man and what a woman, love it too much over here. It's not very far from, we're not very far from Germany over here, only a few hours drive. It's directly connected. They're actually sharing the same region of Jutland, and those two countries. And you've got many German water sport lovers, but also tourists who come here to Vilsana and to the whole Jutland region, northern Jutland region, to enjoy the food, the culture, and the sun. As you can see, it's been non-stop sunny. This week, we were told, Joe and I, to get ready for all kinds of conditions this week. And, well, the board shorts were enough, really, because it's been such a great week. And hopefully that translated in beautiful images. Here's Laura Dal Ponte with Federico, the national coach. And I'm sure she's telling her how proud he is of her performance in this B final. Of course, she's still young, and more finals are coming for the Italian champion, who's a dedicated athlete down in Treviso, Italy. We saw many familiar faces, familiar because we've seen them all week. This is Tanya Ecker, who finished second in this B final, the German champ. also frustrated this morning for not making it through to the A final. She was in the worst position possible, as well as Mary Buchanan in 5th, each in their own semi-final this morning. Well, Mary, it's confirmed now, Buchanan from England is now in 4th position in this B final, which has been won by the Italian Laura Dal Ponte. So 2nd, Tanya Ecker, 3rd, Veronica Silva from Portugal, and 4th, Mary Buchanan from
Now we move on to the P-final.
from England, and we're going to be moving on very, very shortly to the final B of the men's. So don't go away.
Seating order, we have
And there we can see some of the crowd already starting to make it down. A surfing family going through there. You can see with the 2 Ridgebacks as well, as the men are starting to get ready. B final coming your way. And there is the eye in the sky with this drone aerial view we have of our competition. And what competition is that? There it is, front and center, EUROSUP 2022. Part of the SUP city over here, Vitasande, Denmark. We're going to be crowning our European champions. And we are just getting ready for that B final of the men. So, Mattia, let's have a little look at see who the roundup, who are going to be the camarades going out in the water. We have Noah Stender from Denmark, Linus Carlsen from Sweden, Christian Taucher from Austria, Dan Maley, Netherlands, Maui Sachs from Germany, Tomás Lacerda from Portugal, who unfortunately has that injury. So I'm not sure if he will be going back in the water or not. We will soon find out. Paulo Freitas, also from Portugal, Andreas Portenschlager, the other Austrian athlete, and Patrick Boyum from Sweden. Who do you think is going to be doing well in this heat?
Well, my money right now goes with Noah Stender. Obviously, we've got Christian Taher right there in the middle of our screen, 17-time national champion in Australia. But look at that young man, Noah Stender, still a junior. He is already crowned European champion in SUP surfing. From Denmark, from Klitmøller, from cold Hawaii, only 2 hours north of here. And Noah Stender showed this morning some great skills. Not good enough, unfortunately, or not fast enough this morning yet to compete with the big boys in the big final. But since he is competing with the open men's, although he is a junior, he took the very, very first spot in this B final. He's going to have to battle it out with Christian Taher that we've just seen, but also Linus Carlsen, the 24-year-old Swede who paddles with a fairly new brand, Kona, who's been fairly in the windsurf scene for a long time, but in the SUP race scene for only a few years, and which has a lot of attraction in Scandinavia. All right, we also have Dan Maley. He told me that he wanted to win that final beat, quite literally. And Tomás Lacerda, unfortunately, the injured athlete from Portugal, who finished 7th earlier. And then we've got Paulo Freitas, also from Portugal, Andreas Portenschlager from Austria, and Patrick Boyum, the 53-year-old. Look at that beard, number 29. That's Patrick Boyum on the NSP. Let's look at the young Noah Stender. Is he starting as fast as I thought? Yes, he is very much in the lead with a Fanatic, two actually Fanatic boards at the front with Christian Taher and Noah Stender. Andreas Portenschlager is looking good. Look at what Maui Sa on the NSP right there is also a very, very fast starter, but it is Christian Taher right now in the lead. They are taking very different lines, and Noah Stender basically leading now a group of 3 people on the left-hand side of your screen with 2 blue and white boards, and Maui Sa, a very experienced racer, also from Germany, spends half of his year in Germany, the other half in Gran Canaria. So he's used to many different water conditions. The German champion right now taking second place just behind Christian Taher at that yellow buoy. That very important first spot has been taken. Oh, some chaos going on there at the buoy with 3 athletes taking a dive. That is Noah Stender, Andreas Pottenslager, and on the SIC board, Dan Maley from the Netherlands. A lot of action going on in this first phase of the B finals of the men's.
Incredible. That's what I want to see. I want to see a battle. I want to see elbows out there. It is getting exciting. But Christian Tauder there in that first position, the multi-time champion of Austria on the SUP race discipline, a very experienced athlete. Got out front early, knew that there was going to be some anger in between the boys, and suddenly decided to try and go a little bit faster to then make his way through to that first lap where he will come through, and they will start, let's not forget, 6 laps out there as we have the finales, the finals coming our way. And at the moment it looks like he's probably got, let's see, probably 3, okay, so he's got 2 board lengths, and that is, yes, that is Maui Sach from Germany in second position. And we can see there also Dan Maley from the Netherlands. And once again a battle at the buoy. Oh, everybody going hard, but the youngster Noah Stendler there standing his ground. These boys mean business. The young junior fighting it out here in the open category. He is not backing down to anybody out there, Mathieu.
Yes, and we are right now seeing Patrick Boyum making his turn. He told me that he had it easy in his first semi-final. The 53-year-old athlete from Sweden, who's currently at the back. He told me his strategy was basically knowing that he was not going to make it to the A final, and definitely keeping some juice for that B final, and why not score some extra points for Team Sweden. And Christian Taher right there on the Fanatic, followed by Maui Sa, Fanatic NSP in the lead. Austria and Germany, the German-speaking countries at the front, with 17-time Austrian champion Christian Taher in third. Linus Carlsen, the battle between the youngsters is raging, with Noah Stender sprinting to launch himself for a third position. He had to do it twice as the waters were super shallow, and is currently in third position virtually, with Linus Carlsen from Sweden fighting back.
But it is those two up front, Christian Tauder and Maui Sach, who are leading at the moment and right on each other's tail. Oh, a little inside here. Very good from the German athlete, but Christian saw that one coming, accelerating, making sure that he doesn't get on that inside line for him. And there we have number 29, Patrick Boyum from Sweden, 52 years of age. I tell you what, I hope I'm in as much shape as he is at that age. A beast and an example there, always cheering on all of the other athletes of his teams and on all the different teams, an example on and off the water. And it is so cool to see some also of the young generations coming up in this heat. We have Noah Stender, who took already a European Championships in the juniors and looking to do some damage here in this heat. But at the moment, it is the veteran from Austria, Christian Taucher, who is in the lead, currently on your screen, just doing a boy turn there, number 13.
And look how easy Christian made that look. Oh, that fight is definitely raging between these two youngsters, 24-year-old Linus Carlsen and Noah Stender. And I believe there was some action there with the athletes in fifth taking third place. Dan Meili now between Linus Carlsen, the Swede, on the left-hand side, and on the blue and white board, the SIC board, that's Dan Meili from the Netherlands. And drafting the Dutchman is Noah Stender on the Fanatic from the Netherlands. There is another contender in sixth position, very, very close. I don't want to. I believe this is Paulo Freitas. We're going to have confirmation of that, of who's in sixth place. But look at those different conditions. As soon as we make that turn, we enter swell territory, small swell territory, but Christian Taucher is making the most of those. But I do believe that the German Maui Sa has got more experience in those small bumps, since Christian Taucher, living in Austria, is a lot more used to very flat and glassy waters. Will Maui Sa going, will he be able to catch up with the Austrian champ and close in on him? And then we might have a big battle for first place in this final B of the technical race of the European Stand-Up Paddle Championship 2022 here in Vindesande, Denmark. It's been such a successful event so far. Following this day of technical race, tomorrow we will have the final event, the relay racing. Nice turn there by Maui. It's got a Hawaiian name, quite obviously. Here comes Linus Carlsen on the Kona board, Dan Meili on the SIC. Whoa, very fast approach here by Noah Stender and Paulo Freitas. Yes, indeed, it's him with Lycra number 6. The Portuguese, he is still in the mix, so there is definitely a battle, and it's far from being over, I am telling you, with more than half of the race to go. Right, Joe?
Absolutely. They have done one lap, and now they are coming up on the approach of lap number 2. And at the moment, the top 6 quite close together, and there is a battle in between the youngsters. They have got they've taken off the gloves, and the knuckles have come out. You can see on every single boy there is contact, there is a push, but hey, they want it, they're hungry, they have the fire, or the fuego, as we would say back home. And you can see Christian starting to get a little bit of a lead over the German athlete Maui Sach, but we will soon find out, as they are now approaching lap number 2. So still more than half of the race to go. Let's not forget one more lap added here in these finals. But so far so good here for the 17 times Austrian champion, who, as you said before, is more used to the flat, glassy flat conditions of the Austrian lakes, but seems to be handling very nicely at the moment. There are a few bumps. We saw it this morning. Titouan Bouillot, who is one of the masterminds when it comes to swell reading and riding, making the most of those little bumps. And if you do get on them, you can start to gain distance or regain it to be able to get yourself back into the higher positions.
Yes, and those little bumps might have an impact on the race. And definitely, as we are progressing this afternoon into even more important races, with the A finals coming up between, first of all, the junior boys, the junior girls, followed by the junior boys, and then the open women and open men. Maui Sa still in close contact with Christian Taucher. Let's see if the German manages to catch up. That was a very wide turn by Christian, 52-year-old Christian Taucher. So we'll be able to come back on the Austrian champ.
Right, looks like we just added a few years there to Christian. We do apologize, just a little miss up on the information here in the booth. But one of our veterans out there, I believe he is 42. And it was Patrick Boyum who is the plus 50. A lot of stats, a lot of infos, so do bear with us, guys. It's been a long week. But Tallinn, at the moment, the veteran is showing the juniors, the youngsters, how it is done out there. And this is why he is a multiple-time champion. There you can see two of the younger athletes. We can see Noah Stender there, and at the very back we can see Paulo Freitas there in 6th position, if I'm not mistaken. And the fleet is starting to separate. I can see Mathieu saying here. And it does actually look like there's a little bit more swells coming through. It was windier this morning as we finished off, and the locals said that's probably why the tide hasn't come in so much, because as it gets windier, it kind of stays as it is. And hopefully we'll be able to see some swells, and we'll see some more cruising, some more surfing, and that is definitely going to help our next 4 big finals coming our way with the juniors and also the open men and the open women. Going to be a very interesting day of racing, some big names, and there has already been a few upsets. Some of the people that we thought would be in those A finals have not made it, and we will have to find out who has the goods to become a European champion.
Yes, and I do apologize. I do have those birth dates mixed up between some of the athletes. At the front, Christian Taher. On the Fanatic board is also a former professional handballer. Used to play in 1st division in Austria for Graz, where he lives and where he has got a club and a sub-club, and is a very, very high-profile figure within the Austrian stand-up paddle race scene. Always doing some hard work. Ooh, still there, very, very close. Maui Sa from Germany. He likes to surf. He likes to downwind. Unlike Christian Tower, was still very much in a comfortable position there, but will Maui use all that knowledge to make an attack at the right moment? In 3rd, it's Dan Mealy on the SIC board, the Atlantis board from SIC in 3rd. And Linus Carlson in the back. We'll see more about who's in 4th, 5th and 6th right now. But at the front, Christian Taher, who works very closely with the board and sports company, basically the umbrella company over the Fanatic brand on board design. He's actually got a prototype under his feet. He told me that was a big secret, but it's not really, because he's been using that board for a few years, a couple of years already. It's basically a production board that he dug to have a very, very low center of gravity, basically his feet under water level, to have a lot of stability. This, can you believe it, is a 22 wide raised board, but it feels like a 26 or a 27. I tried it yesterday. It's pretty unbelievable, and apparently this is what Fanatic is going for very, very soon, thanks to Christian Taher, who's very active on the design side as well. Number 13. And closely followed. Maui should really try and make his move also in those running sections. What do you think, Joe?
Yeah, absolutely. As you can see, they've done 3 laps already as they just gone around that sand for the 3rd time. And it looked like Maui was listening to you, because look at him there. He has started to approach and get right on the tail there of Christian, the Austrian athlete, who is leading so far. And now let's have a look and see if we can see against the sun. to see who is in third and fourth position. It was Dan Maley before, and then it looked like it was Noah Stender. So yeah, it does look like it is very similar at the moment, but unfortunately we're going to have to wait until that sunshine allows us to see. But look at that, beautiful silhouettes paddling in synchronization out there. Both of these boys syncing it up. It looks like, if I'm not mistaken, it looks like Christian is holding the mast. He is holding the mast instead of on top of the handle. Why would that be?
Most likely to be able to have a stronger stroke. But I still find being very, very tall. His stroke really long, and but right now he's gonna have to do with Maui Sao, who's definitely managed to catch up now as they are reaching that buoy, which is very, very close to the beach in very, very shallow waters. And I wonder if actually a good way to handle this one is to just jump off the board and run and turn the board for an even faster turn. It's the SIC board in third. It's the Kona board in fourth. So Dan Maley still in third position. Linus Carlsen from Sweden in fourth, and in fifth Noah Stender from Denmark on the Fanatic board there. So I believe Paulo Freitas from Portugal has lost a bit of ground. Here he comes, Paulo, that's him right there. The young Portuguese, also from Madeira, I think, is in sixth position right now. And apparently Christian Tower has still got some momentum going there at the front of the race with Maui Sao so far, who can't overtake the former handball player. Beautiful images against the sun, against the lights, but we can recognize those figures, those silhouettes, and it's definitely the purple board of Christian Tower right there in front. Very powerful strokes. The specialist of flat water racing. Currently second in the standings. Apparently he finally found a match in Australia against his SUP racing skills. So he's currently second in Australia. And I wonder what's going on right now in Maui's head, because he must be thinking, how am I going to make my move? How am I going to be able to overtake the Austrian champion? Will he go for the inside buoy and a big sprint before buoy? Will he try and use the speed right after the buoy to try and get in front in between buoys? Or will he use the beach running? Or none of the above, if he's just out of gas, and if the Austrian champion is just too strong for the German NSP rider. But I know he's got a lot of experience, spending half of the year in Gran Canaria, and that's not to race in flat waters. He's got some great Instagram videos, Maui Sao, on in the ocean, in downwinds, and also in the surf. He loves to take his SUP race board in the small waves and not so small waves. Dan Maley, whoa, that's a not really well handled turn there, very, very wide, losing a bit of ground there. And that's Noah Stender in the back. I think is Noah is in fourth position. Whoa, and here comes the moment we were looking for with Maui Sao. He should be not even caring about what's going on behind him. Maui, that's exactly what he's doing. He's got the lead now, 10 meters. He's using that chicane to gain some ground at the front of the race. The NSP rider with his long hair pushing his board on the water, but it's not the last word for Christian Tauher on the Fanatic. Despite the fatigue you can feel from both racers, well, Christian Tauher is still there, very, very close to the German athlete.
Yeah, Maui was definitely waiting to make his move out there, you could see, and he's taking the opportunity just as they come round on lap number 4. But still very close in between them, the two at the moment. We will soon find out as there is still more action to go at the moment. We're just getting the distance of the technical race there. So 5.7 kilometers, 5.7 kilometers, 4.7 kilometers. I do apologize. 4.7 kilometers at the moment is the information we have. But unofficial numbers out here, the official numbers are all on the official websites. And we can see at the moment it is these two athletes that are going on very strong.
And now that Maui has got the lead, is going to try and maintain it. Of course, we're talking about a racer who's very keen at traveling around Europe. We'll see him very often in France, but also in Spain, and of course in Germany. He did score some first places this year at the Baltic Sea Festival, at the Erkenförder Subsprotten race. I apologize for my lousy German. He was also in Gran Canaria, where he was 13. There was definitely some big competition over there. And he was also second at the SUP and Wingfoil Festival in Fehmarn in Germany on the long distance. He also took part in the Vendée Glisse, where I saw him. He always travels with his mom and dad, and his big sister was not too long ago one of the top women paddlers also in Europe. She's busy now studying or working, but not paddling as much as before, and we hope to see her again someday. Hopefully those images of her brother Maui Sa having some fun here in the swells of Vilsane in Denmark is going to motivate her to grab the paddle again and show us her skills. She was a very, very good downwinder among all the skills. But Maui at the front right now, with Christian Tauher closing in a little bit. They've got a different line, so it's hard to tell how much gap there is between the two concretely. But Christian Tauher definitely now closing in, trying to grab that draft, which could mean he could have a second chance at taking the first position again. We'll see about that in the next few minutes of the race. We are in the 4th lap right now, and Maui took control of the race. He's got a board's length. Christian Tauher looks like he can't keep that rhythm despite being not too far from Maui. Maybe those little swells that are getting bigger and bigger are pushing him away towards the beach. Nice move there, nice clean turn. And it looks like Team Netherlands is also happy with Dan Maley's current 3rd position on that SIC Atlantis board there in third position. And Noah Stender took fourth place in the last lap, ahead of Linus Carlsen from Sweden on the Kona board. I was talking about that fight between two youngsters again, because Noah Stender had a big rivalry going on, a friendly one of course, with Titouan Pajot, the newcomer from France within the French team. Noah Stender won the subsurf against the French athlete from the west coast of France, Titouan Pajot, in the juniors. And that was on Monday. Maurissa going for another lap on that NSP board. Whoa, that's a big run there, big push on the beach of Wiedersande on that white sand. And it looks like it's going to be difficult now for Christian Tauer with so much running, and Christian Tauer is not totally safe from a possible return of Dan Maley on that SIC board. But another racer is making a big push right now. It's Noah Stender, the Danish athlete, European champion in subsurfing. No draft, because the distances between each of these four athletes is makes it impossible for them to draft each other. But Noah Stender in the back making a big push now, and at the front with that very characteristic style, the German Maurissa is cruising so far to victory. He took his time to, and I think that's his dad right there with the blue hat on the beach, following his son, following the German champion, and he's probably going to shout some last lap advice to Maui as he reaches that buoy, that red buoy. No mistake if you want to stay in the game. And Maui makes a clean turn and pushes hard now towards the next buoy. Christian Tauer in second position. In third, it's Dan Maley. Dan Maley, who comes to France quite a lot, who goes to France quite a lot to find a bit of competition. And he actually was in Bordeaux last year, so I remind you that the Bordeaux sub days are happening this weekend. So if you're in the area, this is a great French event run by the local club. I'm going to say it in French, Les Marins de la Lune. It's a beautiful city, Bordeaux. And basically the racing takes you right in the heart of this beautiful city. So still in first, Maurissa. Second, Fanatic rider Christian Tauer. Look at Dan Maley now pushing hard. The race is not over until it's over. And although Maui has got a comfortable lead, you've got two paddlers pushing hard right now. Christian Tauer is doing a good job there at keeping himself away from the attacking Dutchman, Dan Maley. And it's an even distance between those three paddlers right now. But watch out for number 4, Noah Stender, who's got the energy of the youth for a possible comeback in the last lap. Maui-sa in first. Whoever makes a mistake is gonna pay it, and that's exactly what Dan Mealy has done right now, taking a fall there on that fourth buoy, and closing in on him is Noah Stender, the Danish junior champion and now European champion in subsurfing. Let's see if that fall is going to cost Dan his current third place. No, he is still there in third, but lost definitely 5 or 10 seconds in the process. And look who's making a comeback, a last push to try and match Maui's skills. It's Christian Taher closing in the last buoy, and now comes the big sprints, but Maui Sas, by the look of it, has got the energy needed to reach. We still have 50 meters to go, and a swell, some swell coming up. You can see with that drone image Christian Taher closing in on Maui. I'm going to throw it now to Joe for him to commentate on that big finish.
Thank you, Mattia. Oh, we got a battle. It's a fight until the end. The two coming through. He makes it. Yes, he does. Makes his way through. This man over here from Germany, Maui, congratulations. Incredible racing out there. You had a big battle on with this man over here, Christian Taher. You came back in the last 2 rounds. One more time taking the win.
Yeah, sorry, I need to take a breath. Yeah, I was cooling. It was really nasty, but it was amazing. It was epic. Well, kind of a redemption of the first heat, so where I unfortunately didn't manage to get into final because of a fucked up start, but I'm super happy to secure this one.
Congratulations, Maui. Amazing work out there. And I'm also going to take this opportunity and get this man over here. Christian, amazing work. You were leading all the way through the heat. And then Maui in the final last couple of laps grabbed you. 17 times Austrian champ, one of the veterans out here. It must be really cool to see the new up and coming and still pushing them to the limit.
Yes, that's just great. I enjoyed really to compete here with the young guns. It's really great to see the involvement of the sport, you know. I'm a veteran. We might be one of my last European or World Championships. I go for it. I push the young guys, you know. I'm happy when I win, but I'm also happy when they beat me. So great surfing, great competition so far. Perfect.
Thank you very much, Christian. And that it is, the veterans pushing the youngsters pushing the veterans, and we're going to see more action coming your way, because next up we have the juniors.
Well, that big smile on Christian and Maui's faces are saying a lot about the friendly rivalry going on between the Austrian and the German. And congratulations, Maui-sa. He takes the win in this B final. And we're going to take a little breather with a commercial break.
Tal løs og nyd sommeren med Oyster. Du får fri tale og 30 GB data for kun 89 kroner per måned. Oyster, det er bedst til prisen.
All right, we've got still athletes coming in, crossing the line. We're going to wait for the official results, which are, as soon as I've got them, we'll be able to communicate to you. But it is safe to say, I think this is Patrick Boyum right now, crossing the line from Sweden. The 52 or 53-year-old from Sweden, the teddy bear, the team captain of the Swedes. A big daddy basically for everyone. And here's Andreas Portenschlager, another Austrian, and hugging Patrick Boyum. So it's a Swedish slash Austria hug to finish off nicely this B final in the open men's, and we are soon going to be moving on to bigger and more important thing, because the technical junior race final is fast approaching now. And in that final, and let's remind our viewers that we did not have a semi-final or a quarter-final because there is only one representative in the juniors for every country. So we've got in the junior boys nine boys representing 9 countries, and we're going to start with one young gentleman whom I'm very, very keen to see race, because he is the brother of Noe Gariou. His name is Vaik Gariou, 16-year-old Vaik, who's coming out of New Caledonia for the very first time with Team France. So it's a huge honor, that's what he told me, to be part of this French team, and even more so with his brother being in the team at the same time. Noik and Vaik, 2 of the important pieces within the whole strategy of Team France, who are currently leading the scoreboard in this European competition. We will have an update tonight on that nation ranking here at the European Stand-Up Paddle Championships. But last night they were in the lead with only 200 points ahead of Spain, and Italy is lurking in 3rd place, and Denmark is not very far behind. But for the very first time we will see young Vaik Gariou. It's not his first international competition. He is basically the junior champ in New Caledonia. And we are going to take a little break right now, and I will come back with more information on the junior boys.
Kan man virkelig gøre alle glade? Både sommerhusejerne og feriegæsterne? Ja, det kan man, og det gør vi hver eneste dag hos Esmark. Vi elsker at skabe de perfekte rammer for vores feriegæster på Vestkysten. Du lejer nemlig ikke kun et sommerhus hos Esmark. Du lejer en oplevelse for livet. Se, hvad vi kan gøre for dig og din ferie på esmark.dk. Esmark, professionel sommerhusudlejning uden bøvl.
And here we go again with the junior girls coming up. So yes, we are going to start with the girls. And that is Josefina Cast being called last in this heat of 7 junior girls. And she's got some German support, as you can see. And we are 1 minute away from the start of the race. This is the start procedure of this technical race event. 1 minute to the starting line, probably 30 seconds now. And I'm gonna tell you who are the junior girls. Tiffaine Maillard from France, Catherine Bergman from Denmark, Elene Echeverria. Watch out for the Spanish champ from Spain. Of course, Cecilia Pampinella, already 2-time European champion in the juniors. Leonor Jardim from Portugal. Ida Djurström right here with the Astron board from Sweden, and Josefina Cast. But look at those 2 ladies. The 2 favorites are already in first position with Cecilia Pampinella and Elene Echeverria. Italia versus Spain for that very sought after yellow buoy, and Cecilia Pampinella showing who's the boss right now in Vilsana on that very first stretch of water. Let me remind you, we've got 6 laps to do, and within those 6 laps there is an initial first small lap involving 3 buoys, and then it's 5 laps of the same course of 6 red buoys. So we will only see that yellow buoy once, and Cecilia Pampinella, as you can see on your screens, is aiming towards that buoy. She wants it badly, and she's gonna get it. That yellow buoy is for the already crowned 2-time European champion Cecilia Pampinella. She's just made her turn. We are against the light, but we can make out that the Italian champ did not make any mistake on that buoy turn. And Elene Echeverria, the Basque from San Sebastian, losing a bit of balance there while she's changing side with her paddle. Watch out, Elene. We did see her make a mistake in the sprints in a very comfortable lead on one of the heats the other day. So watch out, Elene, for those swells which could be indeed making you lose your balance. But at the front, just like she did in the sprint, just like she did in the long distance, Cecilia Pampinella on that white and blue board is hammering hard for the second buoy, the red one. And look at those little swells. And there's so much energy going into that first phase. But those 2 girls, they can really take it because they train very, very hard. Basically, Cecilia Pampinella commanding the Italian rankings in the junior, and Elene Echeverria doing exactly the same thing in Spain. The Spaniard wins absolutely every single competition in the junior category in Spain. And let's find out who's in third position, who's going to go on the podium. For now, it's Leonor Jardim on the SIC board, the 15-year-old Portuguese athlete. She was, I believe, also 3rd in the long distance the other day. Here's Catherine Bergman on the Kona board, young athlete from Sweden. And here's Tiffaine Maillard doing pretty well on that buoy turn. And Ida Djurström on that Astron board from Sweden, probably the least experienced of all these athletes. And Cecilia Pampinella still very much in command there. Ooh, she looks like she's limping there, Joe.
It definitely does. Has a little look back to see where it is. I love how you're supporting the Frenchmen and the French ladies out there. Tiffen doing a little dance, wobble bobble, and she does a great boy turn. I love it. This is what we want to have. Everybody defending their own countries out here. And this is what these Europeans are about. Tiffen doing an incredible performance throughout this contest. But the lady up front, Cecilia Pampinella, has just been commanding, and she is up against the commander from Spain as well, Elena Echeverria. So both of these ladies, as you said before, are the two juniors up and coming in both of their countries, and they start to clash on all the international contests, and now here at the Europeans. It is really good to see how the young blood, how the future of our sport is looking very bright on the European side, and cannot wait to see both of these young ladies making their way through also into those international events and start to, you know, apply some pressures to some other countries worldwide. It's good to see the youngsters coming up. But now, at the moment, you can see definitely the young Italian who has won the sprint, has won the long distance, and at the moment it's looking like she is in a very comfortable position to be going in first place also here for the technical race.
Yes, Joe, it is going to be very hard to take that first place away from Cecilia Pampinella, who, if she takes that win, is going to bring a lot of points for Team Italy as they are trying to go up the rankings in the nation rankings of these European Stand-Up Paddle Championships. And that lead really is being extended stroke after stroke by the Italian paddler. Look how easy she is on the buoy turn. She is really an all-round athlete, very comfortable in all types of conditions. She's proved it throughout the week already, and that initial sprint to that yellow buoy proved it once again. That's how she took command of the race so far, and look at the big gap behind her. A huge gap for Elena Echeverria to come back on the Italian champ, and it's an opportunity also to say hi to the Zulaika family in the Basque Country. Jurgi and Anne, who are not as competitive as before. They're still paddling, but basically both of them were racing for Team Spain not so long ago, 4 or 5 years ago, 3, 4, 5 years ago, and they are still on the water, but it looks like their cousin Elena Echeverria is taking over at 17-year-old, just like Jurgi Zulaika. You might remember him from previous ISA World Championships. Well, she started with swimming, which is definitely the root sport for the Zulaika family, and Elena Echeverria, although she's got a different last name, is the cousin of Jurgi and Anne, who are hopefully watching on the Facebook live stream, although they've got a busy professional life. So Jurgi and Anne, say hi on the stream. Use, by the way, people, this Facebook page of EUROSUP to send in your comments and your questions, and we'll be happy to address them. Joe and I from Vilsana. And Joe, let's try and find out who's behind this Italian and Spanish champion.
Yeah, they have started to take quite a distance there. Now you can see Cecilia approaching buoy number 5, and look at the distance already. We still can't see Elena coming in onto the screen. There she was just there, so already pretty much probably 150 meter distance in between the first and second position, and we're waiting to see who is going to be coming in on third. A very nice buoy turn there from the young Italian. There we can see Elena in the back, and let's see if now with this camera angle we'll be able to see who is going to be coming around in third position. But it looks like these two young women are out there very, very far in front. And there is the Italian flag flying high as we are now approaching the final boy turn, boy number 6, to come round to the final straight, which will be to complete round number 2 out of 6 that they will have to perform. Final of the junior girls SUP Tech race. And we are just waiting for information to come to us to see who is in 3rd and 4th position. Okay, so we're just waiting for confirmation, but it does look like Leonor Jardim coming out of Portugal there on the SIC board. We're just waiting to see the number, but it is this young lady, Cecilia Pampinella, who took the long distance, dedicated it to her brother yesterday. A very commanding family of SUP racers. And she is with a very good advantage at the moment as she goes back into the water for completing that lap number 2 out of 6.
And we could see the Italian flag flying high on the beach as Cecilia was turning at that buoy very close to the shore of Vilsana. She's definitely getting the support she needs for her to keep going in first position. And Elena Echeverria, here she is, the Spaniard. Very strong athlete. There is nothing that she can do right now to overtake the Cecilia Pampinella, who is very much up front. And we could see a familiar name on that board, on that starboard, Asulio. I'm assuming that Elena Echeverria inherited that board from one of the Asulio brothers. Either Bruno or Daniel. Bruno used to be part of the starboard family before he started his own brand venture with X-Bionic. We've got an X-Bionic board actually in the competition, that of Maximus Serrier from the Netherlands. I'm trying to pronounce that the best I can. We're going to see him in the next final, the junior boys, the 13-year-old champion from the Netherlands who's going to attempt in a few days to be the youngest. Ooh, this is Josefina Kast from Germany. We're going to find out in what position she is. She looks like she is in 4th behind Leonor Jardim, but that is to be confirmed. This is the Katrin Bergman from Denmark, a former track and road cyclist, so she definitely has the power and the endurance that she's using now for her stand-up paddling skills. And still at the front, Cecilia Pampinella paddling for Italy.
Yes, she is, and she is paddling very, very hard as she has a big, big lead over the rest of the fleet. And there we can also see the other 2 athletes there. So that is, as you said before, that is Katrine Bergman from Denmark. We just saw her there on the screen. So at the moment, as it stands, it still seems to be that we have in the front, Cecilia Pampinella. In 2nd position, Elena Echeverria. In 3rd position, just awaiting confirmation, it did look like it was Leonor Jardim. And in 4th would be the Danish athlete Katrin Bergman. But we will wait confirmation, as there is quite a big amount of distance in between these athletes. But Cecilia Pampinella once again showing her dominance here at the European Championships, because if she takes this, it means she would have taken every single title on the racing side of this event.
Yes, and the only athlete in the all competition to be able to do so, and quite a feat, of course, if she manages to do that, and she's well on her way to accomplishing this performance of 3 titles in the same competition. It was debated earlier on today on the beach whether more juniors could show up in this European event. Why not have 2 juniors? This is something that we leave to the European Surf Federation to decide, but it was definitely something that some national federations were pushing. In that particular instance, it would definitely make for some more battles on the water. As you can see, Cecilia Pampinella has done so far the job, or enough of the job, for her to be feeling very comfortable up there. And if we had more paddlers, maybe even from Italy, we might have more competition in between those young junior athletes. Wow, what a gap, what a gap. 1, 2, 3 buoys now. That's a big, big lead. Cecilia Pampinella is proving to us that she could perhaps even join the Open Women's, because what she is doing to that field is really almost cruel, I would say, because her lead is really, really very much that of a professional athlete. But it's not surprising that we already find her at the top of the tables also in the Open Women's in various events. She did also really well in that Santa Pola race, which I keep talking about, which is definitely becoming a huge event in Europe. Definitely one event that I invite other nations to look at outside of Europe, because the top athletes are now heading to Alicante, the region of Alicante, in June, to an event organized by Pares Water Sports Club, by Daniel Pares himself, a former windsurfer champion and also a very strong stand-up paddler. He's got 3 world titles under a different federation, Daniel Pares, and he puts together an amazing event with basically the best, the creme de la creme of international SUP racing here in Europe.
And yes, the creme de la creme out there on the water at the moment. As you can see, even the seagulls were getting out of Cecilia's way. She is Speedy Gonzalez in it across the racetrack out there at the moment for this tech race. Now they are completing their 4th lap, as she is making her way around with such a commanding lead, as she has already passed that boy number 1, and still Elene is just about reaching the beach. As you can see, let's stay with that drone shot, and you can see, look at that, Elene is now reaching the beach on the top right hand corner of your screen through the red arch, and Cecilia Pampinella is already pretty much going to be reaching boy number 2 as soon as they get back on the water. That is probably about 150 to almost 200 meters advance on the rest of the fleet.
Yes, good point, Joe. I did expect a closer battle between those 2 top athletes, just because of what I saw on Tuesday, a very close sprint battle between Cecilia Pampinella, who took the crown, the European crown, and her first European crown of the week, and Elene Echeverria, who took silver. But today, Cecilia Pampinella looks absolutely unstoppable on the white and blue board. And she dedicated her long distance win to her big brother. That was a pretty emotional moment for everyone. Tommaso Pampinella, il gladiatore, who takes great care of his little sister. He's also a strong Italian champion. And that made basically the entire Italian SUP family very, very happy for the siblings. And again, another turn, which takes her even further away. Look at those bumps. We're going to have a great boys, women, and men's final, because we have 3 big finals after this first A final of the junior girls. And I'm getting pretty excited, Joe.
Oh, it definitely seems like you're getting excited over there, Mathieu, as it is racing, and this is your mojo. And we can see already Cecilia Pampinella pretty much lone wolfing it all the way, as she is in a league of her own today here. Like you said, we did see a very much closer races when it came to the sprints, but in the long distance, it looks like this girl has had a breakfast, had a little siesta, then came back with some power. Because, wow, she really is going full power ahead and moving herself along, as she is just going round there. Boy number 4 to make her way to boy number 5 to start to almost complete that lap number 4. We will have to see who is going to be in second and third position. It's very hard to see because there is so much different distance in between the rest of the fleet that Cecilia has pretty much made this a one-woman show.
Very much so, and we're seeing the 2 last paddlers on the race course. I believe I recognize the Astron yellow and green board of Ida Djurström closing the race, and she's not very far from her. She might even be able to catch up with her. We still have some space to go. And Ida Djurström, let's talk about her. Thanks to Jørgen Abrahamsen. Thank you very much, Jørgen, for sending a bit of insight knowledge about Ida. Ida Djurström is an experienced kayak paddler who has been SUP paddling for about nearly 2 years now. And he also adds in the commentaries on Facebook that this will be a great experience for her. And I'm assuming he's part of his coaching. He says we will get a lot of input to what to put focus on in coming training sessions. And he ends his comments with a big smiley. Well, thank you, Jørgen Abrahamsen. We are very impressed with what Ida has done in this competition. I'm assuming one of her starting international appearances on the SUP race scene. And she's also a very, very shy girl. And thank you, Ida, by the way, for lending me your board yesterday. I had a little play in those bumps on that Astron board, and had a bit of fun yesterday. Here comes Cecilia Pampinella for another lap coming up. And she handles that very nicely. She was limping early on. She's not anymore, so I'm not sure what happened to her, what kind of magic those waters of Vilsander did to her running. But she looked pretty smooth on that white sand of Vilsander here on the west coast of Denmark, the northern part of Jutland. And she has got, I believe, one last lap to go, meaning she's going to cruise to victory. Probably that feeling of victory giving her that extra special power on the beach. A very tall and athletic girl, very focused in her training, very serious about what she's doing. And she also has some family support on the beach, of course, with Tommaso Pampinella, her big brother, but also Mom and dad are here watching from the beach, maybe listening to the stream, because that's what some of the crowd on the beach does, watching the action on the water, but listening to our commentaries. And I'm assuming it will be an easy travel now all the way to the finish line in this last lap for Cecilia Pampinella, the Italian champ. She's reaching that buoy. You can see that the tide is coming in because that buoy an hour ago was very, very close to the beach, and now what was ankle high waters is now knee high or even higher, and that means that we should have even more bumps. The wind has turned a little, although it's kind of died out a little as well, but it seems to be coming from a different direction now, more west than south. We will see if that is going to make a difference for what's to come. The boys with Vaigariu, with Asger Schmidt, Augusto Garcia, Alberto Casella, Guillerme Olim, Lucas Boyum, Lasse Sauertech, Will Kitley, and Maximum Seyrier from the Netherlands. This 13-year-old boy who is going to battle out with some 17 or 18-year-old junior athletes, and age doesn't really make a difference for Maximus, who is going to, among other challenges coming up for him, going to take on the SUP 11 City Tour, the 220 kilometers of the SUP 11 City Tour on the canals of the Netherlands, in the northern part of the Netherlands. And a great event, but one of the oldest SUP race events in Europe, actually, if not in the world. I believe it has been going on since 2010 or 2009. Please, if you are from the SUP 11 Tour organization, make sure you send me the right date. But in that opening first edition of the SUP 11 City Tour, we had some Hawaiians, Zane Schweitzer and Connor Baxter, which definitely helped with making that event very popular, and now it has become a major event on the ultra long distance scene. The ultra long distance formats that are becoming more and more popular, quite understandably more popular within the older paddlers, but that whole section of the sport is becoming huge, with some very big events throughout the world. In the US, quite a few in Europe. And look at Cecilia Pampinella now overtaking that SIC board, that's a 4-5 Pro board. It's Stéphane Maillard from France, currently in 6th position. So Cecilia Pampinella, who's overtaking the French European SUP surf champion, actually. That's number 259 belongs to Stéphane Maillard, who became on Monday the first ever junior European champion with a SUP surf crown. She won the gold and she was ecstatic about it. She didn't expect to win that event, coming in an international event for the first time with Team France. So a very good choice by Team France and by Serge Lugaro the national technical director. And it looks like we're having a final lap in the juniors. It is, as you can see, a long technical race. Obviously, those athletes are being tested also for their endurance skills, but that doesn't scare the Italian Cecilia Pampinella, as we have Reza Naziri from Italy watching and cheering for the Italian champ. Reza, who's also a keen Italian paddler, does both outrigger canoe and stand-up paddling. Very fast athlete who used to train a lot with the Nika brothers a few years ago. They used to hang out a lot together and tour internationally together. I haven't seen Reza on the European racing scene for a while. I think the last time I saw him was in Hungary in Lake Balaston a year ago. Hello, Reza. And Jorgen Abrahamsson is actually telling me that the board I borrowed from Ida Djurström, the Swede, yesterday, well, actually belongs to him. Well, thank you. Tell me, Jorgen, how much I owe you. Because I did have fun on that board and actually went along the pier promenade of Ville de Sanne, went out on the ocean, met a few paddlers there, went upwind and came back with some pretty big swells all the way back to the arch, just to finish nicely. A full day of a actual lay day, because we didn't do much yesterday. So it was a full day of doing not much, basically. A very well deserved, not just for me, but mainly for the athletes, lay day. So basically a full day for the athletes to recharge the batteries for this very important day today, the technical race event. And Cecilia Pampinella not stopping, still in a very good rhythm there, catching up on the slower athletes. And you can see there in on that greenish, yellowish board, the Swede Ida Djurström. So thank you very much, Jorgen. And in second place, we have Paco, France. That's Donato's dad. He is asking on the Facebook comment box. It's Elene Echeverria. But the distances are so big between the athletes, and Cecilia Pampinella catching up on the other slower athletes. I believe the cameras are struggling to follow the action against the light. Let me remind you that we've got a whole camera setup on the beach, so they are definitely struggling against the light. So I can tell you that Elene Echeverria, if nothing happened to her, but she had a very also commanding second place, let me put it that way. Not commanding enough for her to take the first spot, but strong enough to be in second place. Elene Echeverria had the second place, and Leonor Jardim was in third. So it is currently, that's Elene Echeverria's there in second place from San Sebastian on the starboard. A former Asulio brother board. And this is Cecilia Pampinella's one of her last turns at those Denmark Sup and Surf Federation red buoys, aiming for 2 more buoys before she gets crowned for the 3rd time this week in Ville de Sanne at EUROSUP 22. A gold medalist. So a 3rd European crown is she will be in a few seconds. The only athlete in this whole competition to be able to accomplish this performance. An incredible performance, and you can see right now Team Italy ready to jump on Cecilia Pampinella as she crosses the finish line. There's only 180 meters to go. Just one last buoy left. Look at that textbook buoy turn there by Cecilia as she catwalks on her board. And I'm going to throw it to Joe, who will have the pleasure to commentate on that last stretch of water for the Italian champion as she's ready to cross the finish line. Over to you, Joe.
And here we are. It looks like we have Cecilia Pampinella making her way through as she has also lapped people out there. And this is going to be your new European champion of the tech race. European champion Cecilia Pampinella making her way forward. And now she is going to go up there and join her team. She will be joining her team out there. And I'm going to be making our way through. The smile says it all. Let me get over here to this young lady. Cecilia, 3 of 3. Once again, European champion. How are you feeling with all these people shouting you behind, even lapping people out there?
Yeah, I'm super, super happy. I can be happier than this. And 3 gold medal, I love. So I'm very, very happy. I work a lot for this, and I'm so proud of me.
We are definitely all proud of you, and I know these guys over here are very proud. But guys, I want to hear one thing. Where are they from? Come on, let's make it go, Italia! There it is one more time. Your new European champion, Cecilia Pampinella. Matteo, we are going back to you.
Wow, wow, wow. Team Italy is going to add a 3rd European title. Actually, a 4th one since Cecilia Pampinella won 3 and Claudio Nica claimed another one in the sprints the other day. So Italia definitely scoring some very important points towards the overall country competition. Cecilia Pampinella, who is ecstatic about her 3rd gold medal. And so is Team Italy with Ayrton Cazzolino, with the team director Marco Gregori from Roma, with Federico, of course, the sports coach, and more international Italian athletes. Leo Nica, Claudio Nica, Cecilia's big brother, Tommaso Pampinella, and Elena Echeverria picking up her Spanish flag as she crosses the line. And she needs to sit down and breathe because it was hot out there, and you wouldn't expect that. Looks like she was, she needs some water. Elena Echeverria, whoa, looking exhausted, with Laura Kedglas coming on to her to to see how she is. It looks like Elena is has got some trouble. Hopefully she'll be okay in a few minutes, but she did manage to cross the line. It was a very long race indeed for these youngsters, and we're going to soon be able to update you with the times. But look at 15-year-old Leonor Jardim from Portugal, who clung to that third position. And Leonor Jardim, we're going to wait for her to cross the line on that SIC board, and we will go afterwards on a quick commercial break so you don't miss the action this afternoon. Here she comes, Leonor Jardim, crosses the line, and we're going to take a little break. Thank you very much.
Tal løs og nyd sommeren med Oyster. Du får fri tale og 30 GB data for kun 89 kroner per måned. Oyster, det er bedst til prisen.
And welcome back, as we just saw our new European champion crown, Cecilia Pampinella. Incredible, even lapping athletes out there. The power and the bright future this young Italian athlete has just shows how much talent is coming out of Spain so far. Waiting to see if we also see the Spanish athlete receiving a little bit of treatment and some water there. It is very hot, and that is a very, very long race. So Elena Echeverria, hopefully she will be okay, as I can just see there in the corner of our booth, just receiving some water, and all of her teammates making sure that she is good to go. So continuing on in the race, as we have more athletes making their way into the area, then we can see them sprinting forward. And there we can see Josefina Kast coming out of Germany, flying through the finish line. Josefina Kast and Katrina Bergman, number 256, also just making her way in, and there they are, giving themselves each other, congratulating them on a great race out there. Let's not forget, coming up next, we are going to be having the final junior boys, where we have some very, very powerful young men making their way and wanting to make their mark on the SUP international scene. European champions up for grab. And at the moment, Cecilia Pampinella, the only athlete who has been able to grab the 3 racing titles, sprint, long distance, and now with the tech races. And there you can see the smiles on the German team there, as we just saw Josefina Kast make her way through. And there we can see Kasper also there with the young Katrine Bergman from Denmark. And there it is, the smile says it all. This is what we want to see when a race is finished. We want to see the smiles, we want to see the glow, and we want to see the stoke out there on and off the water. And one of the things I love to see about these European Championships is all the flags flying up high, and all of the different countries getting behind every single athlete, because at the moment the overall standings are very close. As we stand, it was France in first, Spain in second, Italy in third, and Denmark in fourth. But now with some results that have just came in, we will have to see how that is going to change after today. Let's not forget that we will have the relays tomorrow, and there we have on the screen, that is Guillermo Carracedo, the European SUP Surf champion, and Oscar Ruiz, just behind there, his coach. Checking up the stats, probably seeing how they're doing, as they know that second and first position is up for grabs. And I can see Marco in the back there, one of the Italian coaches, who is very happy with that blonde lady just walking past, who is also having a little talk to people out there. Cecilia Pampinella, our new champion. And we are just waiting for the last couple of athletes to make their way through as we continue on with the tech race of the junior girls. Coming up next, we will have the technical race of the junior boys. And there we can just see, making her way through the finish line, Tiffé Maillard from France, number 259 out there, and just waiting to finish off this race, as it looks like Ida Djurstro to be the final competitor to make her way through. But wow, that was a very intense tech race, and all of the ladies making their way to that finish line to complete it off. As here we have her coming through. Now the leash is going to be taken off, and she is going to be running through the finish line to complete this race. And there it is, Ida Djurstro making her way through, which will be the final athlete out there to have completed this girls junior of the European Championships. And that is all the athletes through, as we are going to now wait and enjoy some of the images and the emotions and the faces of our athletes as they make their way through. Tiffé Maillard there, you can see congratulating Ida Djurstro, and there we have the Swedish, the big man, also saying hello and making sure all of his teammates know he has their back. So stay with us, as we are just going to have and enjoy the emotions coming at us at the European Championships. All right, it looks like we are getting ready to go off as the boys are starting to crouch down, meaning that they are ready out there to rumble on your screen. Guilherme Olim from Portugal doing a very solid competition here so far. And we can also see there Mr. number 216, Vaik Garou, coming out of New Caledonia. And Mathieu, you were telling me that this is the first time he's appeared on the French team. He is the younger brother of Noik Garou also, and he said he is honored to be here on the French team.
That's exactly it. Yes, Vaik Garou, we know he's a very strong paddler. We know he's got the same training methods as Noik in New Caledonia, the same one as Titouan Pouillot, the same one as Clément Colmas, as Benoit Rivière, who is another strong New Caledonian paddler, probably watching the stream right now. But it is the first time we're going to see Vaik in an international competition with the French team. He did take part when he was 12 or 13 years old in the Hood River, so it's not his first time racing outside of New Caledonia, but he doesn't have that much international experience. But at 16 years old, let me tell you that Noik Garou was definitely already a French champion in the Opens division despite his young age, and I'm really looking forward to see if Vaik has got that in him as well. There's also Asger Schmidt, a great start by Lycra number 204, of course, it's Guilherme Olim, but Will Kitley from England is struggling a little bit on the left-hand side. Augusto Garcia from Isla Cristina in the west coast, from the west coast of Spain, is in the mix, but pushing hard. Guilherme Olim right now at the front of the group. Wow, that's a pretty great angle. What do you see, Joe?
It looks like the youngster, the Spaniard, Augusto Garcia, is up there in the front, as you said, from Isla Cristina. I know his father, Augusto, is watching. A ver cómo va el bicho, apretando fuerte. And it looks like it's going to be a battle there for that first boy. So if I'm not mistaken, it looks like we have Augusto Garcia and Guillermo Olim there in first and second position. And then Asger Schmidt in third and waiting for confirmation on fourth. Thank you. So that is Vaik Garou. So already in the top 4 position as we come around. And it does look like Augusto has kept the freight train going, and already a little bit of a fight. And you can see some bumps there. Looks like he was grabbing a little wave.
Yes, absolutely. Vaik Garou had the most radical turn out of the 4 and is actually making his move. Noik style right now, taking third place, as Guilherme Olim is just crossing in front of him. So there is definitely that bump hunting right now going on for the downwind specialist, Vaik Garou, who is a downwind specialist indeed, because he trains in Ansva'a in New Caledonia, a spot really renowned for the downwind conditions. But at the front, it looks like the Spaniard, Augusto Garcia, is taking the first spot.
Yes, he is the young Spaniard here, powering along. His father having a big experience when it comes to racing on the kiting side and also the paddling, so it looks like he's a chip off the old block. De tal palo, tal astilla, me han dicho. And oh! Guillermo Olim going down, unfortunately, there on that turn. And both Asger and Vaik not taking any prisoners. So it is on. The young New Caledonia is in second position. And there's a battle for third and fourth in between Asger Schmidt and Guillermo Olim, which we have actually seen in most of the disciplines there. We can see the Spanish team, Manuel, the head coach of the racing side, Guillermo Carracedo. And we could also see there Sonia, one of the top athletes on the racing side of the Spanish team. A very, very powerful fleet coming here to this European Championships, as they are currently second position on the overall. But once again, it looks like Vaik, his point, knows how to grab the bumps.
Yes, exactly. And look at him attacking. I really recognize the Garou style there for sure. Not just from Noik, but also from Olivier his father is also a very keen SUP racer, and that's Spain and France again at the front of the race with the advantage right now for Augusto Garcia, looking very strong there on that starboard, chased by a Sonora board, that of Vaik Garyu. Vaik Garyu's just signed his first sponsorship contract and now trying to take over with his Blackfish paddles. That's the sponsor that he's got a very first contract for. 16-year-old Vaik from New Caledonia, now trying to take over the Spanish, who's in the lead right now, hammering hard and down as deep as possible in order to get that first position, as both of them reach that red buoy at the same time.
Yes, but the inside position there for the youngster, but Vaik really pushing hard. Augusto was able to get a board length. Is he going to be able to get that board length in front? It does look like Vaik is deciding to attack early. Let's not forget, total of 6 laps. They have completed lap number 1 out there already. And now it is time for them to go round 5 times around the red buoy class, so to see. You can see the security jet ski there in the back, and there it is. Okay, so Vaik is overtaking, and look at the power in those strokes. Watch out, it looks like New Caledonia has gasoline in his veins.
Oh, wow, I'm very impressed by what I'm seeing, and this is, to be honest, one of the key moments I was waiting for to watch today. Vaik Garyu, walking like a cat on that board, going at the back, and now attacking, sprinting, just to try and distance himself away, and looking over his shoulder to see how much damage is done. But Augusto Garcia is still very much there, and looking at that tail, at the son of a board in front of him, just to make sure that he sticks to it in order to go together towards the next buoy. And in third, Guilherme Olim, the Portuguese, already 2 medals in this competition for the Portuguese. And in fourth, Esger Smith, who had a very frustrated face in 2 events earlier on, but managed to get a medal in the long distance on Wednesday. But look at the damage Vaik Garyu is doing right now. We did talk for a few years now about Titouan Pouillot, about Clément Colmas, about Benoît Rivière, about Noé Garyu.
And we have seen this before. Has Vaik gone too fast too early? Is it going to come down to an endurance? One thing is to get the sprint and to go it in the first couple of laps. Does he have the manpower to be able to hold it out throughout the whole race? And do the other athletes also have that? Because now there's a little bit of a mental situation out on the water for Augusto. Does he attack, go past his comfort zone, so to speak, and try and get that distance back? Or does he just keep his rhythm and hope that Vaik is going to release and going to go down with the energy? I'm going to say that's a hard one to call, because these youngsters, they have Duracell batteries in them, and it's going to be a very interesting to see, because Vaik at the moment is doing nothing but gaining advantage.
Well, Joe, I don't want to make a big mistake of comparing right away Vaik Garyu to Noik, but it's so easy to do so just looking at the style. But I had a quick conversation with Olivier actually just before the event, talking to him while he's watching, between the break between this morning and now, and he made a point very clear. Vaik Garyu is not racing just because his brother is doing it. He is SUP racing because he loves it. This is his main sport. Unfortunately, in New Caledonia, the SUP race circuit has died out a little bit. It used to gather about 100 paddlers on a regular basis about 3-4 years ago, but it's really thinned down to almost nothing despite the hard work, the New Caledonian League of Surfing is doing an amazing job actually for these international athletes, giving them a VIP treatment when it comes to financing their trips and also offering some great training facilities. Look at Vaik, textbook, buoy turn there, right in the middle of a swell, passing by and even taking the luxury of looking on the left-hand side to see how much damage he is doing to his opponents. Vaik looking very strong. He was actually competing for a spot in that French team with another strong athlete, Simon Ackermann, who did manage to get 2 medals in this EUROSUP so far. Bronze medal and a silver one in the sprints and in the long distance, but it was Vaik Garyu's time to shine so far anyway. It's still got a long race to go, and I believe this is Lasse Sauerteig from Germany. We haven't seen much of this paddler so far on the starboard. This is his first appearance actually in the competition, I believe, and the only paddler within this whole field that I haven't spoken to, but hopefully we will see also glances of other athletes, because we've got some very interesting characters in this big A final. Here they are, Esger Schmidt in 4th position right now. He did the sprints, he did the long distance and got a 4th place in the long distance on Wednesday, and he's currently occupying that spot, that very same 4th place. Watch out, because there are some other names in the back.
Yes, they are, but that young man on your screen from New Caledonia, probably about an 80-meter lead already, as he is starting to hammer away at the water, as he is going to be coming and completing, just making his way to buoy number 4 of lap number 2 out there of a total of 6. Vaik Garyu coming out with shining colors over here at the European Championships Junior SUP-Tech race in the beautiful location of Videsande. And as he goes through the golden sun we have at the back, he's just a silhouette, calmly paddling through the Danish waters. It has been so nice and warm throughout the whole competition. Let's not forget, we have completed the Surf SUP. We have done the sprints on the SUP race and also the long distance. And now today is the day of the technical race, which combines running with buoy turns, with strategy, with bumps, a bit of everything. The old cocktail Molotov of the SUP racing world. And now they're going to be making their way. But this young man here from New Caledonia, paddling towards the shore. As you can see, that is our competition area from our eye in the sky. And one of those seagulls going, I'm going to get out of the way of this man just in case he goes and runs me over.
Wow, another radical turn there by Vaik Garyu. He goes very, very far at the on his tail to push hard on his back leg and lift that nose, and does that very, very efficiently. But in the back, there is a battle going on as Guilherme Olim has caught up with Augusto Garcia, and it's now a group of 3 forming in the back. No, of 2, but Esger Schmidt, the Danish, is not too far behind and is going to be able, I'm sure, to catch up with those 2 starboard athletes at the front. But Vaik Garyu is not looking at that right now. He's looking at the arch as he's completing another lap on that Sonova board. Sonova being the former sponsor of Noik until a year and a half ago, and until last year actually, and end of last year. And Vaik Garyu is now on starboard, and Vaik Garyu inherited the son of a quiver from his big brother, 16-year-old Vaik Garyu, now sliding away, most likely to victory. We'll see what happens in the back with that battle going on strong between the Portuguese and the Spanish. Did Augusto Garcia went off too quickly? We will see, because we still have a few kilometers to go before the end of the race.
Yes, we do, and we can see the powerful Portuguese athlete there following Augusto Garcia. But it is this man here, Vaik Garyu, with a commanding lead already. We saw it on the youngsters of Cecilia Pampinella, also where she completed and lapped a couple of athletes before she went in, proving how powerful and how far ahead of the fleet she is at the moment. And this young man at the moment on the water looks like he could maybe be aiming to do the same, as they had just started on their third lap out of 6. And as you said, Augusto Garcia looking like he is starting to have pressure there from Asger Schmidt and also from Guilherme Olim, as they are hungry and want to take that second position from him. Will he be able to handle the pressure? Will he be able to handle the endurance? We will find out, as we are about 30% of this race completed already. And look at the longboard style cross legs turn going there, making it look way too easy, Mathieu.
Yes, and now the tide being most likely at its highest, that makes it even easier for Vaik Garyu to take that turn in a very stylish manner, as we've just seen on that 14-foot Sonova board. And look at him going now, a new name, another one to remember from this competition, as he is literally killing the field right now. Vaik from New Caledonia, an unbelievable source of athletes, of international athletes, New Caledonia being so far away from the mainland. And as I was saying earlier, the New Caledonian League really helping out these athletes, and that's what we want to see from this young man. This is what he does best, because that's what the New Caledonians do best. The small bumps, the big bumps, whatever the size, they know how to catch them, they know how to get into them. We saw it again with Titouan Pouillot and Noé Garyu taking first and second place in the long distance on Wednesday. Some incredible images of Titouan Pouillot gliding for 10 meters without even putting in a single stroke. And look at that, always on the attack when they see, and in this case it's Vaik Garyu coming in so fast onto that fourth buoy of the lap. And ooh, Asger Schmidt from Denmark has made a move on Augusto Garcia. Well, we need to find out who's in second position. Is it Asger or is it Guilherme Olim? We need to find out. We need a better angle to be able to tell you, but Asger Schmidt is totally taking advantage of the fact that Augusto Garcia is looking a bit slower in this phase of the race right now. Asger Schmidt in second position right now, so there is definitely a big battle going on between 3 junior boys just behind Vaik Garyu, and that's Guilherme Olim, Asger Schmidt, and Augusto Garcia, and the Danish Asger, the little protege of Kasper Stenfast, is currently in second position, and the race is far from being over, Joe.
It is. We could saw Asger making a move there on the young Spaniard. Augusto Garcia still paddling hard. Got the old style with the cap backwards. Maybe he's going to turn that cap around and it would be like a change of mindset and he'll be speeding it across the waters here. But talk about speed. Look how he just grabs onto these bumps. Makes it look so easy. He is all using the power of the wave, conserving energy, and this is why he is so far ahead, as this will be the completion of lap number 3. And there it is. You can just see his face, as they would say over there in Newcal, is tranquille. Très, très tranquille.
I love your French accent, Joe. Allez la France, allez les Bleus, allez la Nouvelle-Calédonie. Vaik Garyu very much in the lead. And he's got his leg, his foot caught in. Oh, check out that leash. That could definitely do some harm to his racing and totally slowing him down. I don't know if he's noticed. He was definitely caught and he saw that, but I don't know if he's seen that his leash might be stuck in, under his fin, and that could have happened during that chicane section. So watch out, because Vaik Garyu might be slowing down now and be bothered by this leash being caught under the board. We'll see if Asger Schmidt is going to take advantage of that, or if that leash just by itself manages to unlock itself from that position under the board. And I think given the look is just given to the back of his tail, Vaik is aware that there's something wrong going on right now, but he's also checking for the competition, and he's just seen that Asger Schmidt has made a big move a few minutes ago. This is Alberto Casella, a young Italian SUP racer from Roma, really determined. Before the event, had a few words with him. He is a young racer, but a powerful one, and coming from Roma, he is hoping for a podium in this big final. This is Lucas Boy from Kingbridge in Devon, England. He told me that he was also very looking forward to this final. And let's not forget about 13-year-old Maximus Sirier from the Netherlands, who is the youngest of the field with only 13 years old, and who will be attempting in 2 weeks the SUP 11 City Tour in order to become the youngest athlete to ever complete the 5-stop 220-kilometer race on the Dutch canals.
Yes, he will, and he is the only athlete out there on our fleet with the X-Bionic boards also, so looking forward to see the action and to feel the races for him to come. But now we also saw Guillermo Olim there pushing very hard, and that was Lasse making his way through, the German athlete, also completing round number 3. Guillermo Olim was making a move on Augusto Garcia, that man on your screen, who at the moment has been putting on an impressive performance. Desde Isla Cristina, Augusto, te quiero gritando fuerte, pero que fuerte, el pequeño dándolo todo. And we can also see here that it looks like Vaik might be slowing down slightly, as you can see some of the athletes making their way a little bit further forward towards them. But it is the 4th lap that they are achieving at the moment. And let's see what is happening out there. And you can see there on your screen, if I'm not mistaken, that does look, yes, that is Lucas Boyum. Is that, no, excuse me, that is Vaik. Couldn't quite see him there in the sun, as it is getting to be that time of the afternoon. 6:15, probably about 15 to 20 minutes left of this heat out on the water. And then we have the 2 open men and women categories. Who are going to be our European champions? We've already have one, the junior Cecilia Pampinella. And Mathieu, it looks like a New Caledonian champion is starting to brew.
Yes, remember that day And remember the location as well, Vilsana, west coast of Denmark. That is when Veigarju made his first international bang on the water. I'm going to update you on the Facebook distribution. We had a little issue a few minutes ago and Facebook cut our stream. Hopefully that is not because the music was picked from the beach. That could be a reason, but basically we restarted right away and it looks like you are all catching up. But please, if you had shared the stream before, do it again, because some big things are coming up. First of all, the finish of the junior boys race with Veigarju very much in the lead, the new international star coming out of New Caledonia, but also the women's final with some big names and some other new faces in the women's, and then we will finish the day with the men's technical race. So please do share that stream to your groups, to your training clubs. All the SUP race discussions out there on Facebook, just to make sure we hit the big numbers, because we want to promote that sport as much as possible. Let's hit 200 viewers at the same time. Let's hit 300 viewers at the same time. We also have a YouTube stream going on and live on the SUP City Denmark .dk, which is the official event website. You can also watch the action on eurosurfing.org, the official website of the European Surf Federation, who is putting this event together.
And there he is, look at that, like a snake. Perfect rhythm. And Augusto Garcia battling it out still with Guillermo Lim. Dale, Torito, aprieta, vamos. Que no me entere yo. Pushing forwards. And Guillermo Lim. Oh, mistake there from the Portuguese athlete. Losing the momentum. That is going to cost him, as he was just about reaching Augusto, but now he's going to have to catch up again. Costly mistake there for Guillermo Lim. So at the moment we have in the lead the New Caledonian, who is proving a point here for his first international competition. And just look at that beautiful drone image where you can see all of the men making their way through as they continue over here in the location of Vida Sande. Okay, so pretty much 100 meters separation from number 1 until number 2. You could see it's about 600 meters each one of these laps of the red boys, and we start off with that lap of the yellow boy. This is your tech race day over here in the EUROSUP 2022. And what a day of action it has been so far. We had the semis out there this morning, came bright and early, starting off at 7:30 in the morning. There was a beautiful sunrise when we were getting everything ready to rumble though. And then we had a break mid-afternoon, had the time to have a little breather, get a few little snacks, and back and get those battery charged to come back for action here, as now the European champions will be crowned. And one of the things I love about this athlete is his fluid style. You can see it isn't forced. It's just he has the rhythm. He has the, the breathing. You can see he has been training a lot. But hey, with the backgrounds of guys like Titouan Puyol, his brother Noik, and also Clement Comas, that is one hell of a high school when it comes to SUP racing the boys have down at New Caledonia.
Yes, it looks like France wouldn't be in the same spot without the New Caledonian boys, the Cagou, as we call them in France. They call themselves, actually. with Titouan Pouillot being the team captain of France for the past 9 years now, since he made an amazing appearance on the French scene, having a wild card for the French nationals in 2013 and winning them out of nowhere. And 6 months later, a few months later, winning his first world title. Titouan Pouillot comes from Vabragon. We'll see more of him this afternoon with the big final of the Open Men's, and that style borrowed from Titouan Pouillot, and his big brother Noé Gariou is lethal to the competition. Look at that. He's taking his leash off
and getting ready to go down to the water. As we can see, bringing his flag through. There it is. There it is. Your new European champion. European champion. Noé Gariou. What an amazing achievement from this young man. Pulling it all the way through until the very end. And we will be going down there to get the ins and the outs. And there it is. The French making their move. And I can see our good friend Mathieu Astier down there getting ready to see exactly what this young man has to say. Let's go down to the beach.
Wow, what an emotional moment. Look at that. You've got not one family member, but two, with his grandmother right there. Noé Gariou from New Caledonia, from France, with his French flag flying high, scoring a new gold medal from France. Noé Gariou, you took the lead after a couple of turns, and you didn't let go. You showed not just your French team, not just the crowd on the beach, but the entire world, that the Gariou last name is definitely one that is going to mark the history of SUP racing, with now 16-year-old, the young brother of Noik, taking the win here in this European Championship.
It was an amazing race. I trained very hard to win this race, and it paid off. Congrats to all the competitors. I would like thank to the French team, my family, my coaches. I would like thank I would like thank to the Lake Caledonian the surf, and sorry, and
the national, the New Caledonian League, the French Federation, I suppose, and probably all the friends and family watching from New Caledonia. You've got Olivier, your dad, watching. Hello, Olivier, and your mom, of course. What? I'm sure you find your words now. Come on, go for it.
I don't know. Thanks for all.
Okay. Well, you've made your first real international appearance. You did have some international appearance in Hood River, but you were only a young boy, 12 or 13-year-old in Hood River. I guess you're not going to stop here. You're not going to stop with that European title. What's coming for you?
The Pologne, the World Championship is here, ICF, and after the French Championship.
Okay, fantastic. Do I have time to grab Esker Smith, who came in second place? You tell me. I'm going to wait for the go from the camera, and let's stick with me. Esker in second position. Esker, sorry, I'm confused because I was really looking at the finish line for the first position, but Asger Schmidt made a huge comeback onto Augusto Garcia, onto Guilherme Olim, and he took the second place, and he's got a very happy face. He didn't have a happy face earlier in this week because he missed his sprints. He did have a fourth place in the long distance, but this is the one that he was looking for, the second place. Are you happy, Asger?
I am very satisfied with my performance today. I saw my opportunity over there on Augusto and I just took it. I said I had nothing to lose and just fuck it. Yeah. So
fantastic, congratulations.
Thank you.
So scoring some very important points for Team Denmark, of course.
Yeah.
We're going to see what's coming up in the scoring points later on today. There's going to be a relay race also tomorrow, but of course we are going to watch the women and the men battling it out here in Vilsane for more A-final technical racing. Back to you, Joe.
And from Germany.
Thank you very much, Mathieu. Incredible out there as we saw Vaigario in first position. And in second position, we had over there Asger Schmidt. Great work from both of those athletes, pushing like no tomorrow. But it looks like the Gario surname is going to be going on strongly to continue on. And it looks like we are still going to have one more interview down on the beach as we are going to have the youngster from Spain, Augusto Garcia, que se creía que se iba a escapar, making him down. So we are going to go down to the beach, Mathieu, with Augusto Garcia.
Whoa! I want the same one. And in third place, thank you, Joe. In third place, Augusto Garcia from Isla Cristina on the west coast of Spain. I think is one of your favorite, Joe. Augusto, you took an amazing start, but wasn't that too quick at the start to not get that first place? You were caught up by, first of all, Vaigario and then Asger Schmidt, but still you make it to the podium with that third place. Congratulations. Take us through your race.
Thank you very much for what you have said. I make, as you said, a very good start, but just when I just take the money boy, I just have to make fewer strokes, because if I didn't, I will not have so much energy to finish the race. And Vaigario has done so well. It's, I think, from family, because it has, for me, the best racer nowadays. And Asger Schmidt has done also a very good race. So I just congratulate him because they have showed that they can have that.
Well, it sounds like the champion blood is in the Garcia family with your dad, a four-time world champion in windsurfing. You decided not to go for windsurfing but stand-up paddling. This is your main sport. I guess you're not going to stop here.
Yes, I want to congratulate my father and my family, my father Augusto, my mother Ana, and my sister Blanca for encouraging me all the days to continue to go paddling. Also, I am alone in everything. So thank you very much, and I love you.
And we love you too. Well done, Augusto. Look at that amazing umbrella for Team Spain with Ibaya over there. And it's a very emotional finish line with 1 second and third. And back to you, Joe, for more racing.
Can I say something more?
Thank you very much, Mathieu. And a great words there from the young Spanish athlete coming in third position. Felicidades, Máquina. Third position here on the European Championships. And we are going to be continuing on because coming up next, we will have the Open's Women Technical SUP race coming at you. But before we do that, we're going to take a short break and we'll be right back.
Kan man virkelig gøre alle glade? Både sommerhusejerne og feriegæsterne? Ja, det kan man, og det gør vi hver eneste dag hos Esmark. Vi elsker at skabe de perfekte rammer for vores feriegæster på Vestkysten. Du lejer nemlig ikke kun et sommerhus hos Esmark. Du lejer en oplevelse for livet. Se, hvad vi kan gøre for dig og din ferie på esmark.dk. Esmark, professionel sommerhusudlejning uden bøvl.
And we're back as we're starting off with the Women's Open. Watch out as we are getting right away to start for the big final, the A final. As let's see, we saw Duna Gordillo from Sup Balear Mallorca doing the fastest one in that heat number 1. But whoa, Mathieu. Look at that, already starting to make their way forward. There are some big athletes coming their way as they make it to boy number 1.
And those two French athletes, Amandine Chazot on the Sanova and Mélanie Lafenette on the 4x5 Pro board, are right there at the top. But Duna Gordillo is now catching up with the two French athletes. And on the SIC, two SIC chasing, we've got Esperanza Barreras right now at the back. So not the best of starters in beach start conditions, as we saw in the sprints the other day. Definitely very good in the long distance. So Esperanza Barreras will probably wait for her moment to try and make an attack in between buoys, as it is very clear that it is Amandine Chazot now reaching that very so crucial first yellow buoy. Look at that turn. Very good turn there by Amandine Chazot, and Duna Gordillo is pushed to the outside. Mélanie Lafenette, very good buoy turn for her as well. The Cigale from the south of France, as I'm sure Yannick Pinault is probably jumping on his sofa right now, watching his little protege. And we need to find out who's in 4th position. That is, of course, Emily Evans, the new Welsh superstar, who made an appearance as almost as shining as what Vaigaru did a few minutes ago in the junior boys division. Emily Evans, who is a great sprinter, not so much a long-distance paddler, and currently in the top 5 in this Open Women's Final.
Yes, she is coming out of Wales, but at the moment it is those 3 top ladies there, Amandine Chazot and Duna Gordillo, trying to get there in on the inside of Marie Lafenette. We will have to see, as it is very close, but already pushing through and taking her to the outside. That is a very tactical move and has made it a distance, but she's got her on the outside now with this. This is where you have to sprint. And Esperanza Barrera already making a move. And when it comes to longer races, Esperanza Barrera definitely does have the fitness background. So let's see what's happening, because at the moment it looks like now that we have Duna Gordillo moving in to 2nd position.
Yes, and look what Mélanie Lafenette is doing to her competitors right now with a 15-meter lead. And Duna Gordillo is taking 2nd place. So the 2 young paddlers right now at the front, with Esperanza Barreras in 3rd. What's happening to Amandine Chazot? Losing control of her board on those buoy turns. The last 2 buoy turns were really dreadful for the French athlete from Bretagne. as I'm sure her son Cillian and her husband Boris Janvres are currently watching. But look at Mélanie Lafenette on the 4x5 pro board. She is putting the hammer down. What's happening to the Seagull athlete from Saint-Maxime? She is in first position right now for Team France. So we've got in the chase Duna Gordillo on the NSP, who's now racing around the chicane with Esperanza Barreras. Follows Amandine Chazot, Emily Evans. And look at that gap. Look at that gap. 30, 40 meters for Mélanie Lafenette. What is happening to the 2021 French champion?
Yes, it is incredible. She has put the gasoline on and she is go, go, go. And it looks like Esperanza Barreras is already making a move on her teammate out there as she has taken that second position. But at the moment, it is Mélanie Lafenette from France, currently 1-3-0. She is in first position, and Esperanza Barreras, having not the best of starts, has now regained some meters as in second position with her teammate Duna Gordillo pumping on. And I reckon the strategy will probably be Duna will trail Esperanza to get a little drafting, and then once again we have Emily Evans there in fourth position. Wow, what a change and what unexpected results out there so far.
Yes, Joe, the big upset to me is, where is Amandine Chazot? Where is Amandine Chazot? She was in the lead, very much in first place at that yellow buoy. And as soon as Mélanie Lafenette made her attack, she started being caught by other women athletes. So Mélanie Lafenette on the 4x5 pro board there in first position. Esperanza Barreras in second. So two Spaniards on the chase, as Duna Gordillo on the NSP board is also there. But where is Amandine Chazot? Where is that son of a board? I think she's fallen to 7th place, as there is a big gap still behind Mélanie Lafenette, as she is currently leading the open women's race. But it is going to be a long race, and we saw Mélanie Lafenette having some trouble keeping the rhythm in the first semi-final. We'll see if she'll be able to keep that momentum going, as you've got a two-time world champion in the chase, specialist in the long distance, of course, but those stretches of water, will they be big enough for Esperanza Barreras, or Espe, as we like to call her, to catch up with the young French athlete?
Yes, absolutely. And it does look like the two Spaniards are starting to close the distance with Mélanie Lafenette. But incredible start to her. Esperanza, as you say, she prefers, I was talking to her this morning, she likes the fact that it's a little longer because then she can get the endurance and continue on. And we can see Duna Gordillo there just trailing her. I reckon that is going to be the strategy at the moment for the youngster Duna. She knows she's a little bit more explosive than Esperanza, but if she tries to battle it out with her, she's going to have trouble keeping up. But at the moment, that lady there in front, Mélanie Lafenette, 2021 champ, throwing down the hammer, pedal to the metal like a bat out of hell. And she is coming in at the moment, leading the European Championships on the SUP race as they are approaching. There you can see that boy number 4, if I'm not mistaken, of this second lap. Who is going to be going through in first position? We will soon find out, because on these long straights, there are actually a few bumps that we are starting to see them used. We saw it with Vaik Gariou, who just took the win incredibly there in the junior boys. And I bet we are going to start to see it here in the women, because look at the posture and the determination there of Esperanza. She is hungry.
Yes, and she is smelling blood right now in second place. Esperanza Barreras, she wants a second crown. She takes a bit of a wide turn, allowing Duna Gordillo to place the nose of her board on the inside right there. But in the chase also Emily Evans in 4th position, the new superstar from Wales, who's only known in the whitewater rafting and kayaking world, who's making her first international appearance in a European event. She won a few races back in the UK, and this is her time to shine, as she has so far in this competition, especially in the sprints on Tuesday. Not so much on Wednesday, as she was struggling with the endurance, but we've seen her running, we've seen her racing, also sprinting, and she is definitely very good in those conditions. She likes the little bumps as well. She was doing really well in that small surf. So we've got a battle right now, and that involves a Welsh athlete, but Mélanie Lafenêtre in the lead still. Wow, she's got a new mindset. I know her very, very well. Mélanie, she actually doesn't live very far from where I live. She's in the southwest of France now. She comes from the southeast. She's from the Provence area, and that battle, that is a very strange thing that happened. We've got Katerina Stenta right there. We've got Emily Evans. Oh, hold on. We've got it wrong. It might be Anna Tschirky right now in 4th position. Yes, it could be the Swiss champion. They do look very much alike. They do have the same board. And the Swiss champion, who had a very, very good semi-final, might be the one right now in 4th position in the chase between those two Spaniards. Those great shots allow us to give a good perspective of how much lead Mélanie Lafenêtre has got right now on the two Spanish, and it does look like Anna Tschirky from Switzerland is in 4th position, and not the Welsh athlete who's a little bit further back with Caterina Stenta, also a very strong Italian champion.
Absolutely, Mathieu, and it looks like she's got about 50 to 60 meters advantage already. Our leader, Lafenêtre, coming out of France. France at the moment at the top of the leaderboard and the overall standings as well. In 2nd position, we have Spain, and in 3rd, we have Italy. So at the moment, we have the top 3 there just going through your screen. And here we can see Esperanza Barreras turning around. Duna is starting to push and is starting to try and attack Esperanza. 2 very competitive athletes out there. And let's not forget, obviously, European Championships, they are out there to try and get the highest position possible. We've seen Duna putting on a solid competition so far, but Esperanza Barreras, a 2-time world champion. And Mathieu, your face says it all. You do not know what is happening to Amandine. You are surprised.
Well, there are 2 upsets, and they do come from the same team. Mélanie Lafenêtre, I clearly didn't expect her to do so well so far, keeping that big distance behind her red tail on that 4 to 5 pro board there, really paddling for her life right now on those little bumps on the shores of Vilsane here on the west coast of Denmark. She did have a pretty average start of her week with a premature end of her sprint day on Tuesday. She then stepped up for 4th place in the long distance behind Laura Ketglas, another Spaniard. And now she's in the lead in that huge final with a 2-time world champion chasing her, Esperanza Barreras, who's using those long stretches of water to try and close in on the French athlete. But what a show Mélanie Lafenêtre is putting on right now. Will she be able to keep up that rhythm and that momentum? That is the big question right now. And the other one, indeed, coming also from the French team, is what happened to Amandine Chazot. She looked amazing in her semi-final, and she is now nowhere to be found in the top 5. We'll find out about that in the coming minutes for sure. But look at Mélanie Lafenêtre, that great skills. She did train really hard for this event. She is now under the coaching of Olivier Dario-Merlou in the southwest of France with Team 425 Pro. But the gap is shortening as Esperanza Barreras is putting the hammer down.
She is. The gasoline is starting to pump. That V12 diesel engine is going full throttle. But Marie Lafayette putting on a absolute beast of a challenge. And Duna Gordillo there getting the inside. I do wonder. I would say it does look like Duna is deciding to try and have an attack now. Here we have Esperanza coming through. She went out a little bit, didn't do the best of boy turns on that last one. And there is probably about 15 meters in between these three ladies now at the moment. So the distance is definitely closing. We are completing. We're coming through on the third lap as we stand. And we can see Duna Gordillo. Esperanza is starting to go off on the turns there, Matteo. It looks like she's not having the best of boy turns. But if there is one thing Esperanza has, is the long endurance fitness.
Yes, indeed. That's definitely her strong point. But she's got a little disadvantage in comparison to Mélanie Lafayette, who is a very technical paddler. But look at Duna Gordillo on the NSP right there, pushing really hard on those tiny, tiny little bumps and trying to close that gap behind Mélanie Lafayette. Mélanie looking as focused as I've never seen her in all my years of SUP racing commentating. Mélanie Lafayette looking absolutely amazing. It looks like she's put on a new face and she is really paddling hard now towards that first buoy for a new lap.
Yeah, and we can see a battle there for second position as Duna Gordillo did look like she had a slight advantage, but once again, Esperanza Barreras has made her way through. And here we can also see Anna Turski from Switzerland in fourth place. Silent but deadly, the Swiss athlete making her way through. And at the moment in fourth position, but Marie Lafayette is just not stopping. And look at the sun ray glow of our beautiful competition area down here at Wiedersande. And it looks like Esperanza Barreras is starting to make an attack and drive herself away from Duna Gordillo.
Well, that is the thing for Esperanza Barreras. She had two things to focus on while being on the chase. First of all, how to get rid of Duna Gordillo, one of the top paddlers, not just in Spain, but in the world right now. The 19-year-old is definitely top of the tables right now in Europe. She was actually second, just behind Esperanza Barreras in the also important race at the beginning of June at the World SUP Festival, Costa Blanca in Alicante. But Esperanza Barreras seems to have just managed to pull away from... Oh, here comes Amandine. Amandine is still in the game, so she is still there. We just need to find out what is her positioning right now in the race. It seems like it's going to be a difficult one for Amandine to be able to catch up to even grab a podium as in fourth place right now. We've got Anna Tsirki, one of the top paddlers. Here she is, Anna Tsirki on the SIC Maui board. Anna, who is one of the top European paddlers. She is still very young. And look at Amandine Chazot. She looks like she's just going to cruise the finish line just in order to make sure that France doesn't score 0 points there. But she looks like she's given up on racing for today, while it's a totally different image, a totally different face, and a totally different attitude for Mélanie Lafayette, who is... She might not believe it herself, actually, knowing how Mélanie is. Watch out for Mélanie, because she can do some very awkward, goofy moves sometimes. We saw that on Tuesday in her first sprint hit. She made 2 mistakes and she lost her chance to qualify for the next round in the first little short break. And it was tiny wave out there. And also on the way back, and that cost her chance to qualify for the next round. She got 4th place in the long distance, and right now, would you believe it, Mélanie Lafenêtre is in 1st place, the French athlete with a 30-meter lead over 2 very strong Spanish athletes.
Yes, she is, and there we can see her pounding through the competition area. As Esperanza Barreras also looks like she's got a little bit of distance. We saw in that image before over Duna Gordillo. And let's have a look. Oh, opening out a little bit too far on that buoy turn. So maybe if now Esperanza can close it off a little bit more, a little bit of a slower turn. Duna Gordillo in, I'd say the best turn out of there was Duna Gordillo, and you can see her side to side. So now Duna is starting to attack, and watch out, it is getting close. If someone can jump on a swell here, this could be start to make the distance. There you can see Duna accelerating her way down. It's going to be coming down to this, and she has the inside turn. If she can keep that advantage on Esperanza, she is going to attack this buoy first. Yes, she is. She is on the inside. So here we go. Esperanza actually intelligently leaving a little gap. She does not want to be going down. Oh, a little wobble there from Duna. She got touched on the back by Esperanza. But the young Spaniards taking it to the veteran, and now a change in the tables. 2nd position, Duna. And I'm going to say one thing. It looks like they are starting to gain ground on Mélanie.
Very much so. That's not just a visual impression. That leading gap of 40 meters is now down to 15 meters as Duna Gordillo is making a very fast turn there, followed by Esperanza Barreras. It is getting harder and harder for Mélanie Lafenêtre to be able to keep that lead. But look at that. Mélanie's got that little bump, the magic wave, which takes her away further from Duna Gordillo. 40 meters, 50 meters it is now for the French athlete who's got an incredible lead. It's not just luck, it's the lucidity, the clear vision of the field, making sure to milk those bumps whenever you can. And that's exactly what Mélanie Lafenêtre, who's just showing some incredible experience and knowledge of the water there. She is now very much in 1st position. She was just at the touch of Duna Gordillo's board nose, but she is now 15 meters away in front.
Absolutely showing the skills out there, grabbing the bumps, and that has actually given her a breather because she has regained the lead that she has, and that is going to be very hard to get back unless either Esperanza or Duna can get on one of those bumps. They're going to have a hard time of getting that back. And out the corner of my eye, it looked like maybe Esperanza had made her way. No, okay, so still in 2nd. So they are about, I'm going to say 30 meters, and Esperanza and Duna, they have to watch out because there is a fight in between the teammates. And what we don't want to happen to see, which we see in other sports, is suddenly the 2 teammates take each other out.
Absolutely. I have the feeling that's what is happening right now, because these 2 who keep going 2nd and 3rd are actually having a battle which keeps them from going closer to Mélanie Lafenêtre right now. They need to get rid of one another instead of helping each other out. And Duna Gordillo right now in 2nd position. Again, Esperanza Barreras attacking in that long stretch of water, trying to get closer. In 5th position, I believe this is Caterina Stenta. This is only provisional. This is just guessing from the images that we are discovering together here in Villers-Sander. But look at Mélanie Lafenêtre. She had that magic bump. That takes you to Dana Points Up Racing. I'm telling you, with that important factor, the waves. And Joe, what do you see?
It is good to see, and yes, that surfing definitely did take it, as we are now coming on, as we can see a big amount of distance there. Look at that, she has increased it. Getting that bump changed everything. And here it is coming through. Amandine Chazot making her way. As if I'm not mistaken, unofficial results looks like she's in 6th position at the moment. We're waiting for confirmation on that one. But it is the top athlete out there, Mélanie Lafenette. Allez la bleu, allez la France, allez, 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 allez. Powering through. And there you can see Emily Evans. And if I'm not mistaken, Nicole Rasmussen from Denmark also there. But Amandine, it does look like she is cruising out there. Don't know if an energy or maybe, you know, a slight injury or something, because this is an unusual performance for her in the final, when in the semi-finals she dominated.
Yes, she did. And she also dominated in that very first stretch of water, showing some great energy, power, control. She had it all in the first 300 meters, Amandine Chazot, but what happened to her? She got pushed out of the buoy a couple of times. Actually, I think she did that to herself. We would need to rewatch the play to know exactly what happened, but she had some very awkward, very wide buoy turns. Watch out, Mélanie Lafenette, not to do exactly the same thing with this wide turn as she's being pushed by the swell coming from the right-hand side, as you can see on those drone views. But she's got that lead still in place, closing in a little Esperanza Barreras. But that Duna Gordillo on the inside is definitely keeping her from getting closer. That battle in the Spanish team is creating some momentum also for the French Mélanie Lafenette, who's on her own, who's got plenty of space to make her moves around those buoy turns. Ooh, closing in fast. Now Esperanza Barreras from Spain, the 2-time world champion. Will she be able to get a second crown today in Vilsande, as she did on Wednesday in the long distance?
Yes, it is impressive how they are regaining distance here on Mélanie, but let's see if she can pick off one of those bumps again, because that gave her a bit of a breather. Nice buoy turn there from her. This girl knows how important this is. She knows what the opportunity she has at her now, and your face says it all, Mathieu. You are happy, and it is great when you see young athletes, non-expected, putting on a top performance, and at the moment, flawless out there on the water. And there we go, once again surfing the bump one more time. And now let's see how much distance there is compared to Esperanza Barreras.
Yes, Mélanie reaching that arch, while Joe is counting right now, and he'll be able to tell you how much lead time she's got. Ooh, Mélanie Lafenette. Translate the window, her last name, that's exactly what she means, is she's throwing it all out of the window, Mélanie, as she is leading a European final right here in Vilsande on the west coast of Denmark. The French athlete very much in the lead. Let's have a look at that gap, as the two Spanish athletes are currently under the arch, and as Mélanie is reaching that first buoy of a new lap.
And there you have about a 25-second advantage. A 25-second advantage there from Mélanie Lafenette. Let's see if she can keep this up. So Esperanza Barreras now has taken some more advantage over Duna Gordillo, as she is fighting to try and grab some distance, but those buoy turns are quite opened up wide, and you can see Duna going a little bit narrower, trying to gain some positions up here. But it is that young lady over here on the bottom right-hand side of your screen. There she is, Mélanie Lafenette, coming out of France, who is pushing. as she knows she is in a commanding position. And here we can see Esperanza Barreras already starting to take a distance out there on Duna Gordillo. Let's see who is going to be taking the European Championship home, as I know Esperanza is going to be biting down hard to try and regain and see if she can get up there to battle it out with the French athlete and current leader, Melanie Lafayette. Oh, I can hear the ale, 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 ale from here, from the boys and the girls of the teammates of the French team. And also the Vamos Aupai from the Spanish team, pushing on their athletes as they are making their way past, as we are coming on over halfway through this race already with a commanding lead. There's been a couple of close calls, but at the moment, a flawless performance here from the French athletes. And it is Esperanza Barreras and Duna Gordillo battling out to continue down. And then we have the Swiss athlete also, Anna Turkey, pushing forward in fourth position at the moment. And Katerina Sventa, if I'm not mistaken, in fifth. We will get confirmation on that. But an incredible performance out there. European Championships 2022 over here in Denmark. Wiedersande. This is the technical racing day, the finals, the finale, the grand finale out here on the water. And there you can see our top three as we have the bird's eye view, the eye in the sky, where we do not want to see any mistakes. Oh, and quite an open turn. One more time there. Looks backwards to see where she is, as she does have a very good lead on the rest of the pack. What a performance. And there we can see Esperanza Barreras, okay, pivoting around, getting a good turn. Here we have Duna Gordillo going hillside, getting that one around as well. She's going to be wanting to make a move on her teammate Esperanza soon if she wants to have a possibility of getting a second position here. Who will be a European champion? We are going to find out today on the tech race. And I know the French team are very much behind Melanie, as these are very, very, very important points for the overall ranking, because at the moment it is France who are on the top of the podium. And here we have yet another turn as she comes down one more time to that lovely arc we have down here on the beach. The SUP Surf Denmark Arch of the Danish Federation. Once again, a big shout out to them for all their help at the event. Also to the European Surfing Federation and to Waters, our local organizer, for having an action-packed week of competition down there on the water. And talking about down on the water, I think Mathieu is ready. Mathieu, what is happening down there?
And Melanie Lafayette reaches the finish line. She is the European champion. Look at her. She grabs the French flag. She reaches the team. And look at her. Look at her. A hero. The hero of the day. Melanie Lafayette. Woohoo! Team France has got a gold medal. And that's thanks to Melanie Lafayette, while Esperanza Barreras arrives in second. And in third, Duna Gordillo, the Spaniard. The French team scoring some amazing points, Melanie. And look at Duna Gordillo, look at Esperanza Barreras. Come with me, because Melanie Lafayette, what an amazing event. It's TV time. It's TV time, Melanie, because you are now the European champion in technical wrestling.
C'est fou, je suis en français, je suis désolée. C'est malade, c'est wow! C'est amazing!
So what more can you say? Say it in French, I'll translate.
Ok, parfait. La course était hyper dure, mais je suis trop contente. Enfin, je pensais pas. Voilà, Waouh, j'ai rien à dire d'autre.
The race was really, really hard, but I'm lost for words. She's actually breathless. But you made your move. You made your move, Melanie, on basically the whole field, on a two-time world champion Esperanza Barreras. You had two very strong women chasing you. Also, Amandine Chazot losing the plot. But France shined again today with that amazing win. Go on, go for it.
Merci, c'était pas. Je sais pas quoi dire. Vraiment, j'y pensais pas. Les filles, elles sont tellement fortes. Moi, j'arrivais, mais je suis trop contente. Enfin, la beach race, c'est un peu mon fort, donc c'est cool de ça. Voilà.
What can you say to the Seagull Surf Club watching from home?
Merci les gars, ça fait plaisir de m'entraîner avec vous. C'est grâce à vous, donc merci.
And lots of thank yous. She's very happy, obviously, but we've got Esperanza Barreras. Let's go get her. Come on, guys, Espe, if you've got a minute, we're going to ask how you feel with that silver medal. What happened to Melanie Affonet? She found some amazing energy that she didn't show before, and it was really hard to catch up. But you're in silver, second place. How you feel?
I'm really happy. It was a super nice fight between the three. Between France and Spain, Duna was incredible as well. And I'm really happy to get more points and more medals for my country.
Well, it did feel like that fight with Duna kept you from being able to attack Melanie. Is that how you felt?
Yeah, we were trying to work together to catch her, but at the end he was pushing more and it was not possible. Congrats to her because she was super strong today.
Okay, so it's first France, second Spain, third Spain, and fourth Anna Turkey from Switzerland. I think Duna Gordillo is gone. Anna Turkey, come on here. I owe you a big apology, Anna, because I mistook you in the very first two laps for Emily Evans. You look very much alike. You've got an SIC board. It was you, and it's you going on the fourth place today. Congratulations.
Exactly, yeah. At least now you know it's me. I'm super happy to get fourth place. And thank you everyone in Switzerland for all the support, all the messages, and just cheering for me. I really appreciated it and was thinking of all of you during my race. Thanks.
Well, just very happy faces, but there's more racing coming up as the open men's are going to line up very, very soon. So I'm going to run to the studio with you, Joe. Back to you.
Thank you very much, Mathieu, and what an incredible interviews and the emotions that are down there on the beach. And there we can see the sun starting to set nicely. We are going to have a short break as we will be coming back with the Open Men's Tech Race Finals. What action, what athletes we have here, the best of the best in Europe. We will be right back.
Kan man virkelig gøre alle glade? Både sommerhusejerne og feriegæsterne? Ja, det kan man, og det gør vi hver eneste dag hos Esmark. Vi elsker at skabe de perfekte rammer for vores feriegæster på Vestkysten. Du lejer nemlig ikke kun et sommerhus hos Esmark. Du lejer en oplevelse for livet. Se, hvad vi kan gøre for dig og din ferie på esmark.dk. Esmark, professionel sommerhusudlejning uden bøvl.
Tal løs og nyd sommeren med Oyster. Du får fri tale og 30 GB data for kun 89 kroner per måned. Oyster, det er bedst til prisen.
And welcome back, everybody. Wow, what a start off to the afternoon. What an amount of events we have had out there, as we have already seen champions being made. And France on top of both of those podiums so far. So next up, we have the final, the A final, the big final, the grand final of the technical SUP race. Euro Championships 2022. We have Titouan Puyol, Christian Andersen, Kaylen Lockhart, Manuel Oyuela, Antonio Murillo, Clement Comas, Leonica, Ricardo Rossi, Ben Morham, Donato Faines, Thomas Johan Nilsson, and Blue Ua. Those are your athletes here in the big final. Watch out, because we are just about to get ready to start. And there we can see the polar bear getting ready. And that man with the cap, number 30, coming out of Newcastle. Mr. Cool, Mr. Slick, Mr. Tranquil, getting ready to try and claim himself yet another title over here in Denmark.
And also Mr. Humble, as this is definitely one trait of character known for the Frenchman coming out of New Caledonia, who had a very commanding win in the semi-final of this technical race day. We also have another New Caledonian on the grid, and it is Clement Colmas, second position in the sprint the other day. Look at the faces of concentration. We've got Thomas Nielsen over there, and we've got Christian Andersen, of course, right in front, who also showed some amazing control in those bumps and among those buoys in his first semi-final. They actually have a time, I checked the time, they are 7 seconds apart. Can you believe it? So close from one semi-final to the other ones. They have the best times. The advantage is by 7 seconds for Titouan Puyol, but look at Christian Andersen. He knows this is a key race for him. Polar Bear getting ready to launch himself towards that yellow buoy. That is going to be such a crucial buoy to attain at the end of that 200 or 300 meters stretch of water. But watch out for the competition, because there is definitely some with Kaylen Lockhart from Belgium, Manuel Oyuela from Spain, Antonio Murillo, another Spaniard who had an amazing semi-final earlier on. We've got, of course, Leonica, the Italian stallion, also experienced with more than 10 years of SUP racing, a young blood from Italy, Ricardo Rossi, will be on the only Infinity SUP board on the field. Then we've got Ben Moham from England / the Canaries, Donato France. Let's not rule him out, of course, the youngster from the Netherlands, 17-year-old, and already top of his game, Thomas Nielsen from Norway, and Blue Ewer from England, a very, very skilled young racers coming out of Devon.
And it looks like they are getting ready to rumble. I can see the engines, I can see the flare, I can see the flames coming out of the exhausts. Here it is, the boards are in their hands. Ladies and gentlemen, get yourselves ready, open a cold one. I hope you have the popcorn ready because it is Mover Theatre action coming at you. The A final of the tech race as they are ready to go off. Let's see who has the best start. Oh, people edging forward. There it is. We are off. We are off. Okay, so let's have a look. We have a very nice start there from Riccardo Rossi in the middle. Titouan Pouillot battling out, already getting some advantage, but the younger Danish rider also, Christian Andersen, holding with Titouan. At the moment, it looks like Andersen, Titouan, and Rossi are your top 3 athletes out there at the moment. And we can also see Clément Colmas there at the back. And Kaylan Lockhart a little bit further back than we were expected. Watch out, watch out. Here they come, Mathieu.
Yes, watch out also for Donato Frantz right there on the left line. He's got that blue board, so characteristic of him. The 17-year-old is in that top 6 and aiming for that yellow buoy. Christian Andersen, by the look of it, has got the inside advantage. We'll find out in a few seconds. Yes, it is Paul Albert from Denmark. Almost a local. He lives 2 hours away from here. He's got that front side turn. Perfect handling. But Titouan Pouillot is not doing badly, is it? With also Riccardo Rossi on the Infinity. Doing really well. Clément Colmas is there. Leonica, of course, on the NSP. That is Kaylan Lockhart, most likely. We'll find out in a few seconds. But Manuel Oyola at the front. Look who's taking a fall. No, okay, it is Kaylan Lockhart at the back. So there is another NSP at the front. And there, that is Antonio Morillo, the Spaniard, of course. Oh, Kaylan Lockhart did that goofy move once again. He needs to fix those little mishandled of the buoy turn. He is not the best of the buoy handlers. He is definitely a very strong athlete. He's got a lot to learn. But at the front, Christian Andersen milking that swell. Check it out, taking 10 meters from Titouan Pouillot. That is quite a feat already in itself.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. And he's getting an advantage. Watch out, 17 years of age. He takes a look back because he knows who he has on his tail. He knows who is behind him. One of the best of the game when it comes to racing. And you can see, look at the difference in the paddle strokes. Titouan is chilled. He's relaxed. He's making it look easy. But still, he is keeping up to pace. Because let's not forget, when it comes to these longer distances races, especially this one, which is above 5 kilometers, they have to make sure that they're efficient to conserve that energy.
And yes, check out the difference in style between those two paddlers at the front. They were the 2 fastest in their own semi-final. Christian Andersen and Titouan Pouillot now making a move just beyond the arch on the left-hand side. He is definitely pushing hard in those bumps as he seems to be reaching now the arch in first position. Now lifting his board and running around the chicane. And isn't that some sort of admission of being in second with Christian Andersen running around and pacing himself now, looking for the draft? Is that part of the strategy? Because he knows Titouan Pouillot is very good in those buoys. But look at that draft train. We've got Clément Colmas and an unexpected NVT, and that is the Italian Riccardo Rossi on that Infinity board. There is a train going on now behind Titouan Pouillot, and look at how he is now controlling the pace. We are entering a new phase of the race with this, and once again, signature move by Titouan Pouillot, the New Caledonian.
Absolutely, but I am still very impressed with this youngster, Christian Andersen, because he is not dropping a beat. He is continuing there with Titouan, but look, there you can see with every stride, Titouan gains a few centimeters, but Christian Andersen there in the back is not releasing, and he is followed by Clément Colmas and Riccardo Rossi, the young Italian, putting on 2 solid performances so far. This is the freight train. This is the Anaconda. This is the conga line of the final, A final here of the SUP Tech Race 2022 European Championships. And they've even got bird's eye crowd, bird's eye public watching to see who is going to take that European crown home. We will soon find out. Let's not forget the two best times were only 7 seconds between Titouan Pouillot and Clément Comas. But the youngster, the polar bear, the local boy defending his nation, Christian Andersen, so far second position, and he is not giving up without a fight.
Absolutely, and one athlete giving up the fight right now is Riccardo Rossi. Was he playing strategy in his first semi-final? He did manage to go through, of course, to the A final, but right now is with the big boys and looking good. Now Clément Colmas trying to make a move on to the front, but look at Donato France, Kaylen Lockhart, and Ben Moham. What's happening to Donato France? The 17-year-old from the Netherlands seems to be in a sticky situation right now at the back of the field. But look at Clément Colmas and Titouan Pouillot now entering a new downwind section, overtaking fairly easily Christian Andersen, who seems to be running out of gas, while Riccardo Rossi is also closing in on him. Look at Titouan Pouillot now unfolding his downwind technique, milking those bumps to the next buoy, as well as Clément Colmas, his little protege, is also there in the mix, while Noé Gariou and Vaï Gariou, two other New Caledonians, are watching from the beach with the whole French team. Titouan Pouillot, just like he did in the long distance race, has now taken control of the pace, is in first position. Clément Colmas hasn't said his last word, although they are best friends, although they travel together and they've known each other for years and years. There is a European title at stake at the end of those 30 or so minutes, and Titouan Pouillot, still in front, is in control. At the back, Riccardo Rossi is now in third position. What is happening to Paul Albert, currently in fourth position? And the gap behind the four is Christian Andersen running out of gas, or is he just controlling his own strategy, putting himself in fourth position in a nice drivetrain in order to make a stronger move later on? This is an action-packed final. Please share it away for the entire world to see. It's one click of a button for you to share that Facebook stream to the entire world to see a world-class technical race finals here at EUROSUP 22 in Wildesheim on the west coast of Denmark on day 7 of the European Stand-Up Paddle competition. It looks like Clément Colmas made a wrong move there, almost took a fall, but he recovered himself. He is still in second place. There are definitely some little waves to play with in this last section of the lap. And we are reaching the shores with Titouan Pouillot now lifting his board, trying to find the center point of that board to make sure that it doesn't go too much in front or too much backwards. Ooh, Titouan Pouillot, wrong move by Titouan, who's really struggling now in this stretch. And Riccardo Rossi from Italy is now making a move to the first place.
Wow, an unforced area. That is not something that you see often there from the New Caledonian. Riccardo Rossi desde Italia. Andiamo, vai. Trying to go powerful ahead as he does not believe he is in first position at the moment. And Clément Colmas there in second. Titouan taking a look to see where he is, to see if he's going to, yes, so he is going to drop into third position. And there it is, that unforced error from Titouan has given this race a little bit more excitement. And there you can see Christian Andersen also starting to power ahead and get behind. As what an unexpected action out there on the water. In first position, Riccardo Rossi.
I'm telling you, Joe, this race has got all the ingredients of a world-class race with this unforced error from Titouan Pouillot that is very unusual. Too much in control might give you a little bit too much comfort, and as he was entering the water, sliding on his NSP board, he mishandled his board and had to do it again, therefore letting Riccardo Rossi and Clément Colmas take first and second place for now. Watch out for Riccardo Rossi. We don't know much about him except that he's a very strong paddler. He, I think he had a top 5 or top 6 results at the last Paris SUP race. He also an Italian champion, has got some Italian national titles under his belt, but he's currently letting the Blackfish model of the Infinity SUP brand coming out of California speak right now in those bumps, in that little chop as the sun is going down here in Vilsana. In first, Riccardo Rossi, and look at that gap. What is happening to Titouan Pouillot? And Christian Andersen has got to feel that pressure as well, because Titouan Pouillot right now is losing us, and he's almost failed. He almost failed. Did you see that? Titouan Pouillot, what a strange position. A little bit like Amandine Chazot in the previous final, the team captain. He is having some difficulties right here in this new section of the race, while look at that pace, Riccardo Rossi on the Infinity board, paddling, sprinting away, with only Clément Colmas right now being able to stay in the draft. Titouan Pouillot hasn't said his last word, but he is there lurking in 3rd or 4th position, because Christian Andersen also in a tough spot in 3rd or 4th are in the chase, but they both have a different line and they are not helping each other to come back on the duo at the front, the Italian Riccardo Rossi and the Frenchman from New Caledonia, Clément Colmas. We saw how much damage a New Caledonian can do on a race. We saw it with Vai Gayu on his first international race earlier on. Oh no, Christian Andersen losing a bit more ground here as the swell is coming from the right-hand side. Only Titouan seems to be able right now to be able to catch up on Clément Colmas. So Christian Andersen, Paul Albert is going to have to make his move really now if he doesn't want the top 3 spots to go away, as he is the representative of Team Denmark, the host nation of these amazing European stand-up paddle championships. He is in 4th position, and he's got now a 40-meter lead over the chasing group. Let's find out who that is. In 5th place, it's difficult to see against the light, so I'm not going to go and guess and make some mistakes. So we're just going to watch this buoy, but maybe that view, that's Blue Ewer. Blue Ewer, the Englishman on JP Australia, in 5th position right now. And Antonio Morillo from Spain. And then we've got a chasing group of 3 paddlers with Donato France at the back.
Wow, what an incredible act of events out there, but watch out. This ain't over yet, because I can see Titouan very close. He knows what is up for grab. Clément also. Oh, unforced error. Unforced error from Riccardo Rossi. Unfortunately, and there he is. Look at him going on the left-hand side. Titouan one more time, starting to power it down. And we can see, watch out. Christian Andersen there at the back, also coming through strong. As we can see, Riccardo Rossi still barely in the lead, but let's not forget that buoy turn is going to be in favor of Titouan. And boys, it looks like you might have just lost an opportunity there, because one more time in 1st position, Titouan Pouillot. And here we can see Leonica making his way through as well. And there it is, Titouan Pouillot, Riccardo Rossi. Clement Comas. Oh, a little bit of a wobble. And there, Christian Andersen. Incredible. Titouan is angry, he's hungry, and I reckon he's put 8th gear in now.
Yes, Titouan couldn't ask for more, really. What happened to Riccardo Rossi? He made a twin mistake of what Titouan Puyol did earlier. That mistake coming back in the water, sliding on his infinity board. He lost his balance and lost the first place with Titouan Puyol now. Seeing the opportunity to go back and take the lead, the commanding lead of this race. And knowing Titouan, he will try and not make that same mistake again, as he's got now a 5-meter lead, 10-meter lead over Riccardo Rossi, who's still in 2nd position. Let's not forget that we have Clement Colmas, one of the top French paddlers, not only the top French paddlers, the top international paddlers, but it's not over, as Titouan Puyol lost his balance a little bit here. Christian Andersen currently in 4th position, and we've got a shining blue Ewer in 5th right now for Team England. Caelan Lockhart is leading a group of 4 or 5 paddlers in the back on his NSP board. The Australian-Belgian paddler, who is also trying to catch in, close in on blue Ewer.
And here he is, Titouan Puyol. Starting to get on the surf, doing what he knows to do best. It looks like the New Caledonians can definitely have the 6th sense out there of the water and starting to push forward. Riccardo Rossi is putting on one hell of a race. He was not expected to be in the top of the ranks here with a lot of the other names, but this is one of the beauties of competition. The youngster has been training hard. He has his mental state right there, his team behind him. And here he is standing at the moment, 2nd position, and giving this man, lit up by the golden sun, a run for his money. One of the best all-round SUP racers that we have on the planet, Titouan Puyol. And at the moment now, Titouan, I think he is unusual look back there for Titouan. He's normally used to be a little bit further out in front, and I reckon his heartbeat is probably going a little faster than normal. There's a couple of unforced errors that could have cost him at the moment the championship.
Really, Titouan couldn't expect a better opportunity coming from Riccardo Rossi to take the lead once again, and now he's got it, and now he's going to say, listen, guys, I made a mistake, but I'm not going to do it again. I'm controlling this race, and I'm going to go all the way to the very end. But Riccardo Rossi, the young Italian, doesn't think so, and is pushing really, really hard right there on his infinity board, followed by the starboard racer, Clement Colmas from New Caledonia. In 4th, Christian Andersen, who is definitely helping for a better result, as he had the 2nd best time of the semi-final earlier on. And there's definitely also some fights coming from the back with Donato France, with Blue Ewer, with Antonio Morillo, and more top paddlers as they are, as Titouan Puyol right now is reaching the arch for another, ready to go into another lap.
Yes, he is, and here you can see he's already started to get it. Comes down this leg, you can see he grabs the bump, grabs the waves, makes it easy, relaxes, takes a breather, and then just gains that speed. So there you can see, probably already just about as the rest of the athletes get off of the water, he gets back on, and it looks like Riccardo Rossi is driving away a little bit from Clement Colmas there, and here you can see Christian Andersen making his way to try and get back into a podium contention there at the moment in 4th, and looking for that top 3 position. Here it is as we are on the race, and there are the 4 men pushing along very, very powerfully. But your current leader, New Caledonian, Titouan Puyol. And there is a battle on, and it does look like Christian Andersen, the Danish athlete, has gained that third position. And coming off of the water, some of the athletes making their way back into contention. As we could just see there, a couple of the guys making their way forward. And that was Donato Fames from the Netherlands, as he has just returned back to the salty ocean over here. But look at that image. Titouan Pouillot giving himself, his team, and the viewers a little shake-up with that unforced error from him, but putting in the action and continuing along. And that young man there, Riccardo Rossi, going through very powerful. And Christian Andersen already in third position. The polar bear has his claws out, and he is go, 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 go. And there it is, probably about a 20-meter difference in between first and second position, as you can see there on the drone. And there, Leonica making his way through. And Morillo as well. And there we can see Donato Fames coming in on your screen. So all of the athletes making their way through and pushing very, very hard. And Thomas Nilsson also there. So all the athletes back in the water, but it is this man out there, and you can see as he grabs those bumps, uses them as much as possible. And there you can just see him sliding along, making the most of the ocean. You have got to listen and use Mother Nature, not go against her. And here you can see a perfect example of how to bump ride, downwind it there from Titouan Pouillot. And you can see every time he hits this leg, he really does know how to pick them out and get that bit of an advantage compared to the rest of the athletes out there on the floor. Incredible performance here from the French New Caledonian athletes. And there we can see the golden sunset getting ready to go in. As soon as we will finish, we will go for a short break of about 10 to 15 minutes, and then we will be recording and showing you live the podiums here of the tech race. At the moment, the French are in a commanding lead, but that man there, Riccardo Rossi, is going to put a big result in if he can hold where he is so far, as he is in second position. And yes, one more time, Clément Colmas, who comes out of a rib injury, and also on the starboards there, flying along, trying to catch up to these other two paddlers, as he is once again overtaken Christian Andersen, as there it is, front and center on your screen, the top four of this competition. So here we have Titouan making his way forward. Once again, using some of those bumps. Using some of those bumps to get his way down. So here he is, Titouan Pouillot making his way through. Look at that. Some very nice bumps up. Really nice bumps as he continues around. And here we have Titouan on his final lap. It's now or never, boys. If you're going to put in that extra gear, if you're going to hit the nitrox, you have got to be very fast. As Titouan Pouillot in first. Second position, we have Riccardo Rossi. In third position, we have Clément Colmas. And in fourth, coming out of Denmark, that is Christian Andersen. And here we can see Blue Ewer from England also there in 5th position. Smile on his face as he comes out. But there is the pack, there is the battle. Tituan has about a 20-meter lead. And then 2nd, 3rd, and 4th position. Oh! An unforced error there. Unforced error there, unfortunately, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, by number 16, Kaylan Lockhart, going down when he came off of the water. There it is. Oh, Clement Comas' final lap is starting to get the momentum. Watch out as he is coming. Riccardo Rossi is on the inside as he knows this boy turn. He wants to keep that position if he is going to start to fight off, because I know those two men behind him. Clement Comas and Christian Andersen powering very equally as well. He's going to get the inside as well. Let's see what is going to happen. Tituan in 1st. So let's have a look. So it still is Rossi, Colmas, Christian Andersen of the final lap. A battle out for 2nd, 3rd, and 4th position. What is going to be the podium order? We will soon find out. Tituan Puyol already with a commanding lead. And Blue Ewer there from England. Just about to go round that buoy number 2. Oh, what an incredible race, but nothing that we did not expect, as it is a final of the European Championships. But there was some entertaining 3rd lap where we saw Tituan Puyol unfortunately not get a jibe as consistent as he normally does, which opened up the possibility for the rest of the fleet. And here we can see it. Clement Comas is starting to take an attack. He's getting a bump. But also Riccardo Rossi on the same one, so Clement is overtaking him on the right side. And here comes Christian Andersen also surfing along. It's going to be a battle until the end. Watch out, viewers. Oh, it is Riccardo Rossi still holding off. This is where we separate the men from the boys, as you have to dig deep, dig to be able to get those extra strokes in. Final meters. Tituan Puyol already on buoy number 4, making his way to buoy number 5. And he has all of the local seagulls giving him the love down here. And Clement, oh, trying to get that inside as close as possible. Well, watch out. Here comes Polar Bear. He's growling, he's howling, he's paddling, he's pulling. Let's see what is going to happen, Clement. This is a moment where we might see an attack from him. Riccardo Rossi, 2nd position. Tituan Puyol making his way up to the final buoy to then come flying down to the home straight. And what a performance from him. So one more buoy turn, and we will see what happens. There is definitely a battle for 2nd and 3rd position. Still Riccardo Rossi 2nd, Clement Comas 3rd, Christian Andersen in 4th. But this man coming straight at you, Tituan Puyol. Tituan Puyol coming in for the final straight. Mathieu, we're going down to you on the beach. What is happening?
Thank you, Joe. Only 25 meters for Tituan Puyol from New Caledonia to cross the finish line for a 2nd European title. He has done it. He made a big mistake early. He didn't make it again. Here he comes. Tituan Puyol is going to grab the French flag. There's a big battle in the back where Clement Comas is catching the 2nd place. Tituan Puyol, European champion. Clement Comas right now 2nd. The 2 New Caledonians from France in 2nd, and Riccardo Rossi in 3rd. Team Italy and Team France totally ecstatic. A very disappointed Christian Andersen is reaching the 4th place. It wasn't Christian Andersen's day, unfortunately. He's in 4th position. We are going to grab the two French men, the 2 champions, European champions.
we want your interview. Oh, that big battle went on with Riccardo Rossi, with Clément
Colmas, who made a big comeback. Clément, before we grab T2, please. Wow, Clément, what a huge comeback, what a battle. Titouan Pouillot made that big mistake in the second lap. You managed to go in front with Riccardo Rossi. Riccardo Rossi did that big mistake again, but you
came back at the very end for a second place with another Frenchman, Titouan Pouillot in first. Here's Titouan Pouillot, amazing. You are, for the second time this week, European champion. This is your 5th individual title. And cherry on the cake, you've got Clément Colmas with you.
Yeah, it was really the goal today to take all the left point we can for the team, and we did it well before with the young, with the girls. So we had no choice after with Clément, like we had to go and we did it. Nice one.
Titouan, you made a big mistake, something very unusual. You fell in the water. You let Clément and Riccardo go in front, and Riccardo did it again. You took the lead again, and you never let go.
No, I'm quite usual. It's quite usual for me to fall in the water, so I'm used to it. And I don't know, the race is not done yet until the end, so I did the job, and yeah, I knew it was a long one.
And it's another title. I'm going to go in between here. We've got Clément Colmas. Congratulations, your 2nd silver medal in this European competition. How do you feel?
Oh, so good. It's such a good thing to come at this place with Titouan on the podium. Yeah, it was a very tough race for me. A lot of changes in the ranking, and so glad to get the second. I gave everything I could give, so I'm happy with that.
And there was hardly any room to overtake. You managed to do that at the very last second. Congratulations. How did it feel when you saw Titouan Pouillot right in front of you, opening his arms for you?
Oh, best feeling ever. Yeah, so cool to be on the podium with Titouan. Yeah.
Fantastic. Congratulations, friend. We're going to try and find Riccardo Rossi, the Italian champion. Wow, 3rd place for Riccardo Rossi. Riccardo, I have been talking about you all week. I was waiting for you to make your shining moment, and it happened today. You were in the lead, you were in 2nd place, and you finished on the podium in 3rd place. Congratulations, Riccardo.
Thanks a lot. It was a difficult race, very intensive, with the most talented riders in the Europe. So I'm so super excited for this result. I would like to thank all my team, the federation that gave me this opportunity, the coach Federico Esposito that always believed in me. I have a fantastic team, fantastic people, so I'm so excited.
Congratulations, that's amazing. I bet we are going to see more of you, Riccardo Rossi. Let's turn the camera around as Christian Andersen, who was probably hoping for a better result today. He had an amazing start, like he got us used to all throughout the week. Yeah. But you're in 4th place. You're on the podium, so that's another medal for Team Denmark.
Yeah, sure. I mean, I'm happy. You know, it's very close with Clément and Riccardo, but I'm really happy. You know, it's been amazing competing here at home, and I was hoping for some more waves, but I'm still happy. I had a good race, great start, and I was able to keep up with that group. But I just feel like all the paddling this week and the surfing and doing so much. You know, I felt a bit tired there at the end, but you know, I'm still really happy. I know I can be with the top guys, so I'm really happy on how the event went.
Okay, it's a 3rd medal for you, Christian Andersen. Congratulations, Team Denmark. Whoa, what an emotional moment. I'm throwing it back to you, Joe. I'll see you, I guess, at the prize ceremony in about 10-15 minutes.
Thank you, Mathieu. Amazing emotions and actions down there on the beachfront. Titouan Pouillot, the new European SUP Tech Race champion, a 2nd European Championship title for him as he took the long distance as well. So Team France with a commanding lead out there at the moment, and Clément Colmas in 2nd, Riccardo Rossi in 3rd, and in 4th, Christian Andersen, the polar bear here from Denmark. Great racing, great action, but there is still more to come because we have the champagne and the bubbles ready to go as we are going to be going down to that prize giving in about 10 to 15 minutes. So bear with us because we are going to see those bubbles go sky high. To the prize giving of the SUP race. Two races we have had here for the European Championship 2022. How are you feeling out there? Make some noise for our athletes. What an incredible day of racing it has been. We have pretty much started from the dawn and all the way to the beautiful golden sunset that we have here. What better way to finish off a day? We are now going to start to enjoy and see who are the European champions in this discipline. But before we do so, we would like to say a big thank you to all of the athletes and all of the teams for making it out here. Without you guys and girls, without the coaches, without the supports from all the different nations, 16 different nations have made it down here to Denmark for this European Championship. One more time, everybody, a little bit of noise. We'd also like to thank our partners, our collaborators, our sponsors for making this event happening. For Sports Events Denmark, for Esmark, Rinkeben's Skjern Kommune, Nordea Fonten, Hempelt Fonten, the European Surf Federation, Surf and SUP Denmark, the Danish Federation, and a big round of applause, please, for our local organizers, Waters. I am now going to ask my good friend, Matthias there from Total SUP, one of the live stream commentators, to join me up here as he is going to start off with the ceremony. Matthias, on to you.
Thank you very much, Joe. Big round of applause for Joe, who's been working hard all week. Unfortunately, he won't be with me tomorrow to finish off the event, so I want to say, Joe, it has been a pleasure to work with you all week behind that mic. Guys, come closer. Let's bond all together for a beautiful sunset podium. I'm going to start with the junior girls, and our good friend, the president of the Danish SUP and Surf Federation, Jakob Fehr, will be handling the medals. In fourth place, waving high that German flag, please welcome Josefina Karst. Congratulations, Josefina. In fourth. In third place, she did manage to grab that first place all the way to the finish line from Portugal, Leonor Jardim. Congratulations, Leonor. And we did expect a big fight in the junior girls between Elene and Cecilia, but it is Elene now in second place from Spain, the Basque Country, carrying that flag on the podium, the Spanish flag, scoring some strong points for Team Spain. And in first place, this is a special one because she is the only athlete in the whole competition to claim 3 European titles. Please welcome the Italian Cecilia Pompinella! New European champion in technical racing. 3 junior titles.
A big round of applause for Cecilia Pampinella on her third gold medals here at EUROSUP 22. Cecilia, wow, what an amazing day again for you. You dedicated your long distance gold medal to your brother, Tommaso Pampinella. Who is this one going for?
Yeah, I want to dedicate this victory to my aunt that now is not here, but I know that she watching me. And I'm very, very happy to have won 3 gold medals. And I want to thank the federations, the Surfing FISB, to give me the opportunity to be here, and all the team. Also my mom and my dad that now are here to support me.
All right, congratulations, big round of applause. And you've got a bottle to open, Cecilia. Let's see what you do with that one. Andiamo, Cecilia! Show us some love! Woo!
Attenzione! Attenzione!
Here it comes! Yoo-hoo! All right. Not what she expected. Congratulations, junior girls.
Thank you very much, Mathieu. Cecilia, it is a good job that I know you are going to be at a lot of podiums, so you're going to get a lot of practice. And we move over to the junior boys. We've said it all the way through all of the different streams and all of the different days we have had here at this contest. One of the incredible things that we are seeing, one of the great things that we are seeing is that the European SUP future is shining as bright as that sunset there in the back. We are going to have champions left, right, and center. And I can't wait to see all of the results, European, nationally, and worldwide. So let's continue on for the SUP technical race. Junior boys in 4th position. Desde Portugal, put your hands together for Guilherme Olim. And all of the prizes to be given by the president of the Surf and SUP, DK, Jacob Fish. There it is, Guilherme Olim, 4th position. Now in 3rd, this young man coming out of Spain. He has a legacy that he is continuing because his father is a champion himself. Yo sé de muchos que estarán orgullosos de él. Put your hands together, 3rd position, Augusto García. Ese toro. ¡Ole! ¡Ole! Little to say, he is a character as well. This is what we want to see. Sí, señor. Now, the runner-up in 2nd position, defending his home grounds, coming out of Denmark, one of the new future talents of the sport. Put your hands together for Asger Smith. And there can only be one with his first international appearance, holding up his surname high in the sky, coming out of New Caledonia, representing France. Allez la boue, allez la France, Vae Garrido! Gaga! Allez la France, allez la France! Let me get myself in here. Like, congratulations. Your first international appearance, and I bet you're liking that third position. European champion, how are you feeling?
It was very difficult. Congrats to all the participants. I'm very happy because I trained very hard to this race and it paid off. I would like to thank the French team, the French international, the French Surfing Federation, the Caledonian Surf League, and my family, the coaches, and my brother Guy. Thanks.
There it is, congratulations. And now to finalize that celebration, get that bubbles going, get those bubbles to the sky, New Cow style. Let's go. First step going well. Oh, Eddie Milson, there it is. Not too bad, not too bad. Make some noise. Your champions, the junior boys of the Surf Tech Race. Congratulations, athletes. As we will continue on. Coming up next, we will have the open category of the women.
Thank you, Joe. Congratulations, Vaik. What a show you put out there. Congratulations. And coming up, the Open Women's. And what a race it was indeed. Wow, we had some upsets in that race. But in fourth place, coming out of Switzerland, she did manage to cling on to that fourth place until the very end. Please put your hands together for Anna Czerski. A one-woman nation of Switzerland in that EUROSUP 22. Congratulations, Anna. We had a big battle going on between two Spaniards, and taking third place, one of the best young athletes right now in the world. Her last name is Gordillo. Her first name is Duna. Please welcome Duna Gordillo. Vamos, España. And handing out the medals, the president of the European Surfing Federation, Jean-Luc Arasispic. Please, a big round of applause also for Jean-Luc, who's been watching all week. And there's more coming tomorrow, of course. Thank you, Jean-Luc. In second place, two-time world champion, now European champion in long distance. Please welcome the powerhouse from Spain, Esperanza Barreras! And I'm gonna call someone now who's more scared of going on the podium than actually racing those top ladies. She was basically one of the top stories of the day. An amazing performance that I've never seen before from this young French girl. She came back strong in the past 2 years, training really, really hard. Please welcome Mélanie Lafenêtre. The new women's European champion in technical racing.
the new European champion, Mélanie Lafenêtre, is going to say a few words to us. English or French, Mélanie, you choose.
I tried to speak English, but okay. No, but I'm so happy to be here in the first place. The woman is so stronger, and I think for everybody the race is hard, and I'm proud, yeah. And thanks to the French team, my club, everybody follow me. Thanks. Let's go!
And maybe a special message for your club watching right now from Saint-Maxime and the camera right there in the live stream.
Merci beaucoup les gars, je vous aime et je ramènerai la médaille.
Thank you, Mélanie Lafenêtre, new European champion. And now it's champagne time, or champagne, for Mélanie. She's pretending now that she can't handle a bottle. Let's put that fight between France and Spain all the way to the podium with that champagne bottle. Yeah, that was a good one.
Thank you very much. Your women's technical race SUP European champions. And with Mélanie Lafenêtre up on top, your champion. And we will continue on. Coming up next, we will be having the men's open category. What a final race to the evening we had down here at the EUROSUP 2022. There was drama, there was pushing, there was action, and it was until the final meters that that podium wasn't ready to see who will be claiming those second, third, fourth, and first positions. So moving on, let's go through as the Vice President of the Olympic Committee, Franz Hummer, will be doing the honors of giving the prizes. So starting off with fourth position, representing Denmark, the polar bear himself, Christian Andersen. The young Danish talent stepping up on the podium various occasions during this competition, and the smile says it all, the smile says it all. In third position, this young man was fighting from the beginning. He comes from Italy, and his name is your third position at the EUROSUP, Ricardo Rossi! Vai, vai! Grandissimo Riccardo! Ayrton. Now, second position, taking the second place in the final 10 meters. You know what they say, it ain't over until the buzzer, it ain't over until the end. And this man battling it out. Representing France, put your hands together for Clément Colmas! Now, to claim the top spot of the podium, I can tell you his heart rate was going fast midway through this race, proving he is the man to be beaten out there, claiming yet another European title. Put your hands together, coming out of France for the new champion, Titouan Pouillot! A big round of applause. I'm going to make my way through here to this young man, Titouan. Stressful moments mid-heater. Very, very close. These guys gave you a run for your money, but you came back again and on top of the podium. Congratulations.
Yeah, for sure. It was a tough race. We knew it was long. Everybody knew this, so we could do some mistakes.
Wow, there it is. It didn't look like that mistake cut you too long. Maybe a couple words in French to the families and to all of the team that made you here one more time European champion.
Eh ben, je vais penser un peu à ceux qui ont passé du temps à entraîner ce petit Clément. Et tous ceux qui savent le temps qu'on a passé à lui expliquer où sont les bouées, comment les tourner, tout ça. Donc pour ça, je vais lui laisser l'honneur d'ouvrir le champagne.
Oh, there it is. Get those bubbles open. Get them open. Your new champion, Titouan Pouillon, is going to be sharing the champagne, sharing the bubbles. Clément, don't let him down now. Oh, there you go. Okay. Shake it, move it, go. On a 3, on a 2, and a 1. You're champions! Vida Sander, get those hands together. Titouan Pouillon, Clément Comas, Ricardo Rossi, and Christian Anderson. Wow, congratulations, athletes. Incredible work out there one more time. And tomorrow we will be moving over to the relay races. One more time, we'd like to say a big thank you to the European Surfing Federation, to the Sup and Surf Danish Federation, and of course to our local organizers, Waters. We will see you bright and early tomorrow as it is time for the relays. See you tomorrow.
Kan man virkelig gøre alle glade? Både sommerhusejerne og feriegæsterne? Ja, det kan man, og det gør vi hver eneste dag hos Esmark. Vi elsker at skabe de perfekte rammer for vores feriegæster på Vestkysten. Du lejer nemlig ikke kun et sommerhus hos Esmark. Du lejer en oplevelse for livet. Se, hvad vi kan gøre for dig og din ferie på esmark.dk. Esmark, professionel sommerhusudlejning uden bøvl.